we have planted, we have gathered into bars, done the same work as the men, with babies in our arms. But you won't find our stories in most history books you read. We were there, we're still here, fighting for the things we need. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. From the textile mills in Lawrence to the sweatshops in New York, from the fields in California where our children had to work, we fought to make a living. Bread and roses was our cry. Though they jailed and beat our bodies, our spirit never died. We were there in the factory, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We were Polish, we were Irish, we were African and Jew, Italian and Latina, Chinese and Russian too. They tried to use our differences to split us all apart, but the pain we felt together touched the bottom of our heart. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We are teachers, we are doctors, we are cooks and engineers, letter carriers, truck drivers, conductors and cashiers. We operate machinery, we fly the airplanes, and we help to build our unions. We have struggled in our ways. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. I'm so proud of just knowing we were there. We were there. We were there in the mines. Came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line. We raised our voices loud. Proud just knowing we were there. And our struggle keeps on growing. I'm so proud just knowing we were there.
There they were, screaming from the windows, trapped like a herd, nowhere to go. The 8th and 9th floors, facing an inferno of heat and flames, a living horror show. young immigrants just trying to earn a living, brutally exploited in a place so unforgiving. One door was locked, the other was blocked. The elevator crashed, the fire escape collapsed, choking from the smoke, unable to breathe. The fire engines came, but the ladders didn't reach. They started jumping, you could hear the thuds. 62 pools of mangled limbs and blood, 129 women, 17 men. Never see their friends or their family again. When you don't have a union, you don't have a chance. Death and injury will come to dance. The owners, Blank and Harris, were arrested and tried. With money and slick lawyers, justice was denied. But when the dead were buried, 100,000 came. The New Deal was born, it was time for a change. The triangle shirtwaist fire was a call. Wake up a movement, they died for us all. For a safer workplace and escape from poverty, decent living wage, a life with dignity. Fight for the living, mourn for the dead. It's time to do what Mother Jones said. It's either race to the bottom or take the struggle higher. Don't let the lesson be forgotten of the shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist fire. On the frontiers of the global wilderness, at the Hamim factory inside Bangladesh, a mirror image from a century before. No fire escape, locked and blocked doors, jumping from the windows of wage slavery down into the sidewalks of eternity. The causes unknown that can't be ignored. Another callous owner like all the ones before. 28 more who didn't have to die. On the altars of greed, it's just another sacrifice. Working for the Gap, Walmart and the rest. Places like Honduras, China, Bangladesh. 28 cents an hour, 7 days a week. A prison tower in a sweatshop factory. Behind the fancy clothes and toys they want to sell ya. Hundreds of fires they just don't tell ya. After decades of struggle, made things better than before. They shut them down and moved the jobs offshore. Out of sight, out of mind. They hope we never stop them, while they wage their class war and take us to the bottom. The triangle shirtwaist fire was a call. Wake up a movement, they died for us all. For a safer workplace and escape from poverty, a decent living wage, a life with dignity. Fight for the living, mourn for the dead. It's time to do what Mother Jones said. See the race to the bottom, or take this battle higher. Don't let the lesson be forgotten. Don't let the message be forgotten. Don't let the lesson be forgotten of the shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist.
My friends, if it looks like fascism, sounds like fascism, acts like fascism, dresses like fascism, talks like fascism, kills like fascism, and lies like fascism, brothers and sisters, it's fucking fascism. It's here, it's now, it's in my city, it's in your city, and it must be resisted, protested, defended against, stood up to, exposed, ousted, overthrown, and driven out. By who? By you and by me. Minneapolis is an inspiration to the entire nation. You have heroically stood up against ICE, stood up against Trump, stood up against this terrible rising tide of state terror. You have stood up for your neighbors and for yourselves, for democracy and for justice. Ain't nobody coming to save us except us. And brothers and sisters, you are showing the way. To that end, we would like to begin our program with an old Native American war chant. We encourage you to sing along. In this very room, Prince created a revolution. Now it's our turn.
Hello, everyone. How we doing? Yes, hello, friend of the show, Tom Morello. Hello, everybody. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Jazz Dog. Hello, the jazziest dog we know. Hello, Depraved Ambiance. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Kiva and Defer. Hello, Simric CD. Hello, Liz Galahad. Hello, Jenny. You got two out of me. Hello, One-Eyed Atheist. Hello, Noxy Paxy. Hello, Jay Hardly Ever Posts. Hello, Latzia. Hello, Mikola Brigida. Hello, Amber Rose Railways.
Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you?
Uncle Simric, thank you for the $10 super chat. Getting us kicked off. Feels good. Hello, Philip November. Hello, October Garden. Hello, Max Danger. Hello, Lee Kessner. Hello, Sylvie. Hello, the Rust Bard. Hello, Maliki. Hello, Marquis Pup Wrecker. Hello, Axolotls with Cream. Hello, Snogan. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, Salt the Turtle Cupcake. Hello, how we doing, Punky Gal? Hello, Just to Be Here. Hello, Pastel Pigeon. Hello, Claude Sire King. Hello, Luddite Rose. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, The Last Homely House. Hello, Ranvel, you lovely for real. Hello, Sherlock Smoog. Hello. How we all doing? Hello, Sage. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Whew, happy Trans Day of Visibility, everybody. I know it is so goddamn late. I got a lot going on today in the daytime, and that's why I'm armed with this very large monster, small monster for size comparison. Yeah, we're going hard today. I'm going hard today. And I will have a more trans-centric show later today. But I did not prep that for tonight earlier in the evening. So we don't have that right now. But happy Trans Day of Visibility, everybody.
It's amazing that T-Rump is too old to play golf now, as advised by his doctors, not that he'll listen. If anyone gives him advice, he'll do the opposite to be contrarian.
You know what? Is it okay for me to say that I don't mind that trait of his to just do whatever the opposite is of what his doctors are telling him? Don't mind it. Hope it pans out for him. Or rather, hope it pans out for us. Also, Philip November, thank you for the $10 super chat, folks. Look at us. Look at us go. We're getting closer and closer to our sub goal all the time. Goodness sakes, thank you so goddamn much. Captain, you should sleep. I literally can't, because this is my job, and also I need to let you guys know I'm not doing okay. Like I am not doing okay. And this is what I can do to like try and make things better, you know? Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Look at us go here. We're at $3.99. What is this? UFC meets Street Fighter? Well, I don't mind taking a look at UFC meeting Street Fighter. Okay, but are they going to smooch? Oh, even better! She's showing up in fucking cosplay. Let's go! Haha! That's so fucking cool. Love that for her. Jack, when you said I'm not okay, MCR started playing in my head. It's just, I'm going at like max capacity right now, folks. And it's rough out there. Also, just in the spirit of Trans Day of Visibility, like I'm not doing okay with the news. We'll talk about it tomorrow, or later today, as the case might be. But like, it's fucked up out there for trans people, and there's so much going on in the world. But like, the ongoing and encroaching and like omnipresent attacks on trans people are they got me fucked up, is what they got me. Also, Latzia, thank you for the $5 super chat, getting us to a nice round even number. Thank you so fucking much. You have no idea what it does to my psyche. I feel that. Yeah. I mean, it like every day, it's like the world gets smaller. Every day, it's like the world gets a little bit scarier. And like, that's not, I know that's not true everywhere, but like so many places, like, the reason it's so scary to me right now is that like the GOP truly has nothing left. Like, they've got no more gas in the tank. Like, they're in the middle of the least popular war the United States has ever embroiled itself in. Like, their main guy is tanking in the poll numbers. Like, he's clearly fucking senile as shit. Like, they're not able to come to their voters with anything that actually materially improves their lives. And so instead, all they have are taking away your health care and then blaming it on trans people. That's it. That's all they got. All they have right now is doubling and quadrupling down on trans people, which is why you got like this huge proliferation of anti-trans bills across the country, and they've got nothing better to do right now than to try and pass those things. Like, that's it. Like, it's crazy. And it's so fucking infuriating. And so like I'm so angry and so sad and so scared, like, all the time. And getting on and doing this show is like the one thing that I can do. You know, it's the one thing I can do effectively, and that's what I'm gonna keep doing. But if you guys ever wonder, like, why aren't you just like going to sleep? Like, it's because this is what I can do. This is my lever that I can push and cultivate. This is my field where I can grow my fucks. And you know, I am going to tend to it, you know? We're being used as blatant political pawns. It's true. And it crushes me sometimes, dog. Like, it affects like every aspect of my life. So, especially on days like Trans Day of Visibility, please, if you're like an ally, reach out to the trans people in your life and see what you can do. Like, whether it's like help them pay rent or buy food or just like listen to them or hang out with them, like whatever it is, like just reach out, because like it's fucking scary right now to a degree that is difficult to put into words. And yeah, my MAGA neighbor is literally gender affirming but still won't rescind her MAGA support. She has an NB grandchild too and even uses they them for them. It's baffling. I mean, it is baffling, you know? And like, especially on days like today, reach out to your trans your trans friends and acquaintances, just because it's also days like today that bring out the absolute biggest pieces of shit on the planet. So, you know, check in and make sure that people are doing okay. We will outlast these bigots. Yes, we will. Well, fuck, I wish it didn't have to be so scary. Also, folks, just want to shout out, would be remiss if I didn't mention Imogene Olivia is having a sale today. It is in place on the website. You can go there and get the sale price. It'll be going from today to tomorrow. So check out imogeneolivia.com. This is going to be basically one of the bigger sales that is possible to do with that. So check out imogeneolivia.com. I'm going to be shilling it throughout the stream because, like, again, today's the sale day for you to check it out. And for those of you who don't know, Imogene Olivia, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the bottom up for trans femmes, but also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is designed to fit actual trans people. And the size range is pretty impressive, though we are going to expand that in the near future, as well as color options and styles. So check it out. It's really fucking cool. Go check that out and do what you feel like doing over there. Yes, sales for the Trans Visibility Day, indeed. Trans Day of Visibility and Trans Day of, you know, vengeance, or we typically pair like Trans Day of Remembrance, Trans Day of Vengeance, but you know, we deserve 2 Vengeance Days as a treat, you know? That legal settlement they were reading was so goddamn funny. Was that with T-Jump? Because that was goddamn funny.
Isn't it designed from the bottoms up and the tops down, intrinsically?
Yes. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I appreciate you so goddamn much. Okay. Smash JT? Yeah, something like that. I don't like, yeah, I don't really care about those bottom feeders, you know? But it is very interesting that case might actually make some legal history. Jack, you should add IO gift cards us allies can give to trans friends. I thought there was some. You up? Does IO have gift cards? There we go. If my partner's still awake, she'll be able to answer me. What are IO gift cards? Imogene Olivia It is a really good idea. Hello, fellow monster chugger. I know. There are two types of people in the world. There are monster chuggers, and then there are monster fuckers, and there's nothing in between. Oh yeah, okay, so Imogene Olivia does have gift cards. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I thought so, but I also didn't want to like dig through the website like a fool. Why not both? I mean, there are three types of people in this world. Okay. So yes, if you want to get a gift card for the trans person in your life who's looking for lingerie, Imogene Olivia does have gift cards. Pew pew. Literally has gift cards. Look at that. Hot diggity damn. Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership. Very much appreciated. Let's go! Alright. Do. Okay. Does the sale apply to gift cards? I don't know if it applies to the gift cards. My partner would know more about that. But I do know that the sale was set up to apply on the website. I would imagine that the gift cards are not on sale, but the products are on sale. So like the gift card would go farther, if that makes sense. Anyway. Let's go. You know what? Let's just start with a very stupid story. So, folks, we gotta talk about something just really bizarre and kind of stupid, which is not out of the realm of normal for this administration, but like genuinely, I keep having to set my bar lower and lower because these guys are just absolutely slipping and sliding underneath the bar every single time. And of course, I'm talking about this clip from the Benny Show, which is just a terrible name for a program. Benny Johnson. I almost called him Ben Johnson as if he doesn't have whatever. I want to make fun of Benny Johnson at all times, but I'm going to restrain myself here because I'm really here right now to make fun of JD Vance, and I can't confuse those two. Because JD Vance went on Benny Johnson's show, and well, he said some insane shit.
For it. We saw aliens.
You know me.
We saw aliens.gov.
I don't think they're aliens. I think they're demons anyway, but that's a longer discussion.
You think aliens are demons? The demons are coming in their flying saucers. Like honest to God. Like you think UFOs are demons. I feel like this is just one bottle of like hard liquor away from becoming like a Scientology knockoff, you know? I feel like we're so close. We're so close.
Well, I can't let you go without a follow-up on that. Because Barack Obama is on this podcast and he goes, yeah, aliens are real, but like, here's where they're not. And, you know,
I did not.
And so Obama
I
says,
didn't
yes,
hear that
aliens.
one.
He gets asked point blank, are aliens real? He said, oh yeah. And then he goes, but they're not at Area 51. And
Well, where are they?
Well, that's what he says. Right. That's a great question.
I need
Trump
to see
had to go
this.
say,
Where are they? Clearly, if you think they're demons, they're in hell. Right? Like, if you think they're demons, you already have a ready-made answer for you, son. What are you doing? Everything is so stupid right now, but like, I gotta be honest, I wasn't prepared for the aliens are demons play. I just wasn't prepared for this. Like, this is some like tinfoil hat nonsense shit that like a street preacher would shout at you. You know, like a street preacher on like a college campus that is trying to like attract, you know, like the potheads or something. Like, that's what they would shout at you. I wasn't expecting it from JD Vance. And I know that my bar should have been low like that, but I still wasn't expecting it.
I
and
need to
he
see
said
this
he's going to
podcast.
declassify.
Okay.
So you think they're demons?
Well, look, I think that celestial beings who fly around, who do weird things to people, I think that the desire to describe
Just so you know, celestial beings that fly around and do things to people, it like that, human beings also do that. We are on a celestial body. We fly around in aircraft and spacecraft and do things to people. So like, what is he talking about exactly?
everything celestial, everything is otherworldly, to describe it as aliens. I mean, every great world religion, including Christianity, the one that I believe in, has understood that there are weird things out there, and there are things that are very difficult to explain. And
And anything that's difficult to explain is a demon. Okay.
naturally go, when I hear about sort of extra natural phenomenon, that's where I go to, is the Christian understanding that, you know, there's a lot of good out there, but there's also some evil out there. And I think that one of the devil's great tricks is to convince people he never existed.
All right. Well, we're waiting.
Sees phenomena in the sky he can't explain. Must be a demon. Is like, it's yeah, the demon of the caps. Exactly, comrade girl. Like, it's just I don't know. Like, I can't explain why a man would fuck a couch. That doesn't mean he's a demon. Wait a minute. That might actually, he might actually be onto something there. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, wait. I think I'm coming around on this. I think I'm coming around on it. I can't, you know, I can't explain it. I can't explain what's between him and his love seat, but you know, must be a demon. Must be demons. It's a solid theory. I'm coming around on it. I think I'm a convert now. I'm a UFO demon convert. Wait, wouldn't it be UFD, unidentified flying demon? I think that makes more sense. God. The demon of the gaps between the couch cushions. Oh god. Oh, everything is really stupid right now, and I want to scream, but I have to laugh. Anyway, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. Do you think anything you can't identify in the sky is a demon? I heard a kind of bird song that I'd never heard before the other day, and I looked up in the sky and couldn't immediately identify what kind of bird it was, and clearly what I'm getting at here is that birds are demons. All right? A bird is just another word for demon. I think we're really cooking with these. I think we're cooking. If birds are demons, they're descended from dinosaurs, so that like makes sense a little bit. Dino demons, bird demons. airplane demons, drone demons, like there's a moon in the sky. That's probably a demon too. I've never been to the moon. It might just be a demon. Really, when you think about it, maybe everything's a demon. Maybe that's why JD Vance is so scared all the time. Anyway, folks, we got to organize because it's insane that this guy is a heartbeat away from the presidency. It is insane that this guy is so close to taking actual power and is going on shows talking about how he thinks anything he doesn't understand in the sky is a demon. All right? That's silly. It's stupid, and we deserve better. You deserve better, so organize. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help organizing, join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. We need to radicalize our Dems, make them more progressive. We need to make our DSAs more effective. And folks, also just want to put out there, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie, and it is sexy. It looks great, and also it fits. So check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Check the link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. There we go, folks. Last time I tried the exclamation point codes, it didn't work. Which ones are you talking about, Rustbard? Good Saggy? I thought so. I thought it was fun. Oh, there it went. It's working now. Sometimes it gets overloaded in chat. I thought that would be a fun way to open this up. Okay, I do want to talk about this. I think I'll talk about this tomorrow. It's worth talking about, but I'll talk about it tomorrow. Well, instead, we'll talk about AI next. All right. Boop. Just gonna move this all the way over here. Yes, good. Cool. Y'all ready for the next one? A lot of vertical space here. There we go. Okay, here we go. Just take a look here. Okay. So, folks, we have to talk about the fact that AI right now is in crisis. Like, the AI industry is in crisis. And it's not just like, oh no, oil from the Middle East and problems getting energy for their data centers. Oh no, it's all a big problem. No, it's so much worse than that. It's so much worse than anybody has realized. Really. And I mean, we've talked a little bit about Sora, but this isn't even really about Sora. This is about the financial underpinnings of everything that AI is currently running on, right? Sora did blow up the other day, and it's because it was losing unfathomable amounts of money every day, right? And it just wasn't making money to a degree that's I mean it'd be like if you threw your entire life savings down a hole every second, you know? just shoveled your entire life savings every second into a furnace. That was Sora in a nutshell, right? Um that's been shut down. However, what hasn't really been shut down yet, and what is kind of on the horizon here, I want to direct all of your attention to this specific risk assessment. This was put together by a firm called Quinn, Emanuel, Urquhart, and Sullivan. And basically, it is designed to make their clients aware of the financial risks within the AI industry. And I have to say, it was pretty illuminating for me in particular, right? Because the amount of money that is being shoveled around here when it comes to AI is massive. But the question is, where does that money go? And where does that money come from? Because as much as we kind of like seem to talk about money like it's fake when it comes to these mega corporations, it's not actually fake. And they can't just pull it out of their butts. It has to come from somewhere. So, where is the money coming from? And this particular brief, which again, I'm going to link it in chat here for you guys. It's a solid overview of a lot of what is being talked about as the main risk drivers of AI right now. But this piece is really interesting because it is not designed for, public consumption, really. It's mostly one of their memorandums that they're putting out there just to kind of like make sure everyone that they are in contact with is on the same team, And I just want you all to know this is going to get really, really messy, right? So, what it opens up with saying is something that we've already known, which is that the main cost driver of all of the expansion of AI is AI data centers. They have to build these colossal structures that have colossal power needs and cooling needs. And they also need to fill them with like GPUs and server racks and hire people to build them, hire people to maintain them. It's a colossal undertaking to just build one of these, and they're trying to build hundreds, if not thousands of them, right? And what is significant here in this briefing that is describing kind of the risk of litigation. What are the risks of potential legal risks of doing this, right? Well, the answer to that is you have currently projected $5.2 trillion being put into building these AI data centers, right? And not only that, you have these mega corporations. You've got Alphabet, Google, you've got all these companies spending hundreds of billions of dollars. They go into it a little bit here, but in 2025, just Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, and Microsoft spent $381 billion building these things. And this year, they're projected to spend $700 billion. And what that means is they are hemorrhaging money because none of these AI technologies have actually made them any money yet. They have effectively thrown 700, not even 700, between last year and projected this year, they're throwing $1 trillion, over $1 trillion, just into a fire pit and watching it burn for something that hasn't returned anything of value to them. Okay? And the issue with this is that they, believe it or not, these companies have a finite amount of money. And what that means is their cash reserves are dwindling. I'm quoting this. Cash reserves are also rapidly dwindling. What that means is, in order to continue building out these AI data centers, these massive mega corporations are turning to lenders. And thus we are now getting the financing, the financial industry is stepping in order to make these data centers. So essentially, these data centers are being built on credit. And I want you all to know that making bad loans that couldn't possibly be paid back is exactly what caused the 2008 financial crash. Except they're doing this on a scale that is absolutely unimaginable. And I mean, this is gonna get worse, right? Because the expenditures on AI just in the past year have gone up 60%. If it goes up again, like, that money is all going to be coming from financial lenders, right? And what that means is that increasingly, as these AI companies are desperate to get cash to build more data centers, they're going to be taking out riskier and riskier loans. And if those loans aren't able to be paid back, because again, I want to reiterate, none of these AI data centers are even close to making back a single iota of their expended revenue, right? Expended cash. When that bill comes due, and all these companies that have spent over $1 trillion suddenly don't have the money to pay it back, what happens is a financial crash. What happens, and kind of the point of this memorandum, is that a massive fucking lawsuits ensue. Okay? How are they even supposed to make money off of it? The entire premise of AI is that basically you will be able to pay a company to have an AI worker that will just work 24/7, 7 days a week, never need time off, will be able to do anything you want it to do within a handful of seconds, and you'll basically just be paying boatloads of cash to that company instead of paying even more money to have actual human beings do it, right? That's on paper the idea. The idea is that you can make one worker armed with an AI like this, you can make them so efficient that it doesn't even matter. All right? And do I sound like I'm underwater? That's interesting. Is anyone else getting bad audio? Or weird audio? Jack sounds fine and normal. Okay, cool. But the issue here is obviously huge, because I want folks to understand, I don't think that there's any bailout of the AI industry coming. You know, this isn't even like a 2008 situation where like, oh, maybe they'll bail out, you know, the little guys, bail out the people who need to keep their homes. I think this is gonna be a kind of situation where like, if these companies go under, like that entire portion of the economy is just gone. Which, you know, granted, most people aren't relying on AI for their jobs by choice. It's just companies trying to push it on their employees. But like, I want y'all to understand, while there isn't going to be, I don't believe that there will be a bailout for these companies. There's still going to be a colossal impact on the economy, because your Mima and your Pop, their 401ks, they're invested in AI. Like all like when you're talking about the financialization of these loans to make these AI data centers, that's like people's retirement packages. That is like the entire financial system, especially if this goes and limps along for another year or 2 years before it pops. Like, it will be limping along on the credit provided by banks. So the banks themselves might in fact get a bailout for these bad loans. But the AI companies are going to be eating absolute shit, right? The issue is, does the United States have the amount of money to just bail out banks from loans this big? And that I genuinely do not know. I do not know exactly how you could even begin to recover from this, because even with the 2008 uh the 2008 crash, when they bailed out those banks, you know, a lot of those banks still ate some amount of shit. They didn't get like a full bailout. The people who, of course, who ran those banks got golden parachutes and all that. But like, we're gonna see an incredible amount of damage done to the economy here. And yeah, it's I mean, we're not even talking like deals in the tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. We're talking about deals being made between financial institutions and uh you know, these tech companies building or providing parts to AI data centers for it, to the tune of like billions of dollars. In some cases, tens of billions of dollars. Like I I have absolutely no idea. Um, I have no idea how we are even going to contend with a financial collapse or a financial implosion of this scale, but it's crazy. It's just crazy. I'm going to read you a quote here, just 2 paragraphs. This is from section 5 of this memo titled Financing the AI Data Center Build Out. And A, sources of debt capital. Okay?
The only blameless banks are Alfonso Ribeira.
I wish I understood that reference, but I don't. But I appreciate you, Saket Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Nomi Sunrider, thank you for the $2 super chat. Okay, sources of debt capital. One major source of capital is corporate bond issuances. Hyperscalers issued approximately $121 billion in bonds in 2025 alone, more than 4 times the 5-year average, with AI-related investments accounting for roughly 30% of net issuances in US dollar denominated investment-grade corporate bond market, and total data center debt issuance nearly doubling to $182 billion. The main source of external financing is private credit. private credit funds, principally Blackstone, Blue Owl Capital, Apollo, PIMCO, and BlackRock, originate most of the data center debt, both through off-balance sheet SPV transactions and through direct lending facilities to neoclouds and data center developers. Private credit funds have directed a rapidly growing share of their lending toward AI infrastructure, with outstanding loans to AI-related companies surging from near zero to over $200 billion in just a few years. The Morgan Stanley projects that Morgan Stanley projects that private credit will provide an additional $800 billion in data center financing over the next 2 years alone. So, I just want you all to know that there is a fucking reckoning coming with this. And it's gonna be bad. Okay? You know, I would recommend, perhaps, not financial advice, but perhaps any investments in your AI stocks or retirement packages. I would think you might want to look into moving them elsewhere. Because, just a heads up here, this brief also notes, in August 2025, President Trump signed an executive order instructing federal agencies to loosen regulations so that ordinary 401k holders can invest directly in alternative assets such as private credit. The result is a transmission chain that runs from the technology companies through private credit originators to the regulated banks that lend to them, to the insurers and pension funds that invest alongside them, and potentially to the retirement accounts of ordinary Americans. Meaning that, hey, there's a direct link between this all-encompassing black hole of private credit and capital directly to a lot of people's retirement accounts. Okay? So, just a heads up on that. And I do, again, if you are at all interested in how the finances work of like how this entire debt, kind of, what is that game where they like shuffle around like a pea underneath cups? It's basically what's happening here. We're having a sleight of hand game with money to the tune of trillions of dollars. And I don't know. I think that should really scare everyone who lived through the 2008 financial collapse. The shell game. Thank you. God. So, yeah, I thought it was worth pulling that out here, because it's we're looking like we're approximately in early 2007 if I had to make a timeline. And it might be it's not until sometime in early to mid or late 2008 that the shit really hits the fan here. But I want y'all to know, it kind of is looking like it's gonna. And I know a lot of people have been kind of abstractly thinking about the AI bubble popping, especially with signs like Sora being taken out of the picture. But like, I want you to know it's way worse than just like, oh, Sora's going belly up, haha. Like, the finances that undergird this entire industry are rotten as fuck. And there's going to be a price paid for them. So, yes, please take a look at this Quinn Emanuel memorandum. I'll link it down in the description of the segment, so you can check it out for yourselves. It is very, very, very much worth reading in order to understand just how fucked all this shit is. Genuine question, do you have a bunker? No. I am a tiny streamer. I have this office. That is what I have. It is not a bunker. So, yeah, not great. Not great at all. But if you got anything out of this, folks, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment that's longer than 8 words. Let me know what you would like your financial collapse bunker to look like. Let's make a bunker wish list in the comments. Just, what you would like in there to make yourself comfortable. Okay?
This thing headed our way is scary. It's gonna be like the economic shocks of the 1970s, maybe worse. If we all hang together, it won't be so scary. Get
Exactly.
practical with the mutual aid, folks.
Exactly. Which is what I was just about to follow up. You need to get organized now, folks. Get organized now so that you can better weather any of these upcoming political or economic harsh times, okay? Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get organized, folks. Because when you're organized with your local Dems, you can embrace more progressive reforms that help working class people actually succeed and thrive in your area. And when you get your DSA organized, you get to work together with organized labor to fight for the rights of everybody in your community. And you know what? That's rad as hell. If you need help getting started doing that, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing with your local Dems, reach out to Gamergy for help organizing with your local DSA. We need you, okay? And please join. We have even a Riverboat Jack Shimp caucus in the DSA and the local Democratic parties. And, I think it's a great way to kind of ease into getting more involved on the local level, because when we get involved on the local level, we can keep our local communities safe. Okay? And we can build a movement that will last and succeed. All that being said, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, etc. It is sexy, it is comfortable, it fits, and it's non-tucking lingerie. So check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo, and let's keep on going. Oof. That level of debt with 30-year bonds being what they are and the VIX being so high, meanwhile, you are, as a country, starting a war which has the potential to wipe out the economy on its own. There will be no US dollar. I mean, I think there will be a US dollar, but inflation might get fucking nuts. Or, honestly, with the kind of economic shocks we're looking at, I don't know. Are we going to inflate? Are we going to deflate? I have no fucking idea. Chat together strong, shimp together strong, ape together strong, all together strong. Stagflation, baby. Indeed, indeed, indeed. All right. Also, folks, we've been going for about an hour now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and please consider supporting the show, because you guys make this show possible with your subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Could not do this without your financial support. It's literally what allows me to make this show possible. So please consider supporting if you are able to. All right, and remember to click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Good night, Dragonfly. Oh, yeah, no, guys, I fully expect oil to hit $200 a barrel. And no, the US is already in the process of not being the 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 reserve currency of the world. Donald Trump has fucking fucked that into the sun. Yeah. I don't know. I feel a bit silly. I bought two not oil cans, two gas cans, and I filled them up just in case. I've never been a prepper type, but I did buy rice, beans, and I got some gas cans. Also, folks, if you're gonna get rice and beans, remember to buy some spices too. All right. Whew. Did you buy fuel stabilizer? No, I'll just be I'll just be periodically refilling them. You bought 2 barrels of crude oil just in case. Yeah. My plan was to do an Always Sunny in Philadelphia scheme, but it didn't pan out. So now I got a bunch of gas cans. Big restaurant bags of rice and beans? No, cuz I don't have anywhere to store them and I already bought I have one really big bag of rice that I still need to eat through first, but once that's gone, I'll buy the nice big ones. Good news, Doge is at its lowest it's been in 2 years. Hell yeah, time to buy more, baby. $10 million into Doge. Best investment I could ever make. God. Yo, Simric, that's great. You buy massive restaurant bags of rice and beans,
Wild
store them in
card.
store them in a trash can to keep out the rodents, and then every 6 months you swap them out and donate them to a homeless shelter. That's great. Oh, I do like the Zoolander scene. A freak gasoline fight accident. Also, Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the $5 super chat. Very much appreciated. All right. You guys ready to talk about No Kings? Also, pro tip when it comes to rice, if you use a bit of oil while you're cooking your rice and then put it in the fridge, the oil and the rice like kind of mix together in such a way that it renders some of the carbs inert and undigestible. So you can actually have lower calorie rice if you just make it like the night before and then put it in the fridge. Just as an FYI. So you say buy oil too? I mean, like canola oil or something, you know. Jack, I feel so seen. but oil is calories. Not when it in the way that it interacts with the like the carb structure of the rice. It actually, the oil gets absorbed into the rice and changes it into an indigestible type of thing. Look, I don't know what to tell you. I read a research paper on it that was very convincing. Do. It doesn't make it lower calorie. No, but it actually does though. Like it lowers like the level of digestible calories within the rice. Do. Let's see. Cooling of cooked starch is known to cause starch retrogradation, which increases resistant starch content. This study aimed to determine the effect of cooling of cooked white rice on resistant starch content and glycemic response in healthy subjects. Resistant starch contents were analyzed on freshly cooked white rice, control rice, cooked white rice cooled for 10 hours at room temperature, and cooked white rice cooled for 24 hours, then reheated. The results showed that resistant starch contents of control rice, test rice, were test rice 2 had higher resistant starch content than test rice 1. Hence, when used in the clinical study along with control rice to characterize glycemic response in 15 healthy adults. The study was a randomized single-blind control cross study. Basically, it found, a effective like 10 to 15%. But in some cases, it can be as much as 50%. So it's interesting. It's interesting shit. But the issue is what we're talking, like when you're talking about the glycemic response, we're talking about the level of digested carbs or digested calories. All it does is reduce your ability for the body to turn that thing into energy. Like, I guess technically the calories are still there, but like your body's not digesting it. Ah! It's about the blood sugar response. Okay. Boo. Look, all I know is that all I know is study found you can eat more rice if you put oil in it. That's it. The body is digesting it slower. It lessens the spike in blood sugar by spreading it out over time. You're still getting all the calories. Man, this fucking Washington Post article then is a fucking liar. Fuck you, Washington Post. And fuck you, scientists. You swine scientists at the College of Chemical Studies in Sri Lanka. Bunch of lying bitches. Yep, more fake news. So sad, indeed. The swinentists, indeed. I'll never trust a science again. So I don't know. What do whatever the fuck you want to do with rice. Stick your dick in it. I don't give a fuck. I was trying to give you helpful advice. It's apparently worthless. Do with it what you will. All right. Still do it if you can afford the time. Nah, fuck it. Just eat it. Eat it fucking raw. Don't even bother to cook it. Fuck it. Cooling rice after cooking is still awesome. Yeah, of course it's awesome. You can heat it up again later. But it doesn't fucking matter. Just throw it in the garbage. It's fine. Don't even chew. Yeah, fucking turn into a little python. Just siphon it up. You're a fucking Dyson. Hoover it up. Do it. You got this. Yeah, I got taken in by big rice. I'll never eat rice again. Nishiki, more like Nistinky. Just don't even eat food. It's true. What a waste. You could be using your tongue for so many other activities. A rice Dyson, a ricin, if you will. All right. let's move on that note. God. All right, we're jumping into but ricin is toxic. No! Not that kind of ricin. No. God damn it. All right. Here we go. Rice in, rice out. Can't explain that. All right, sorry. Moving on. So, folks, we got to talk about No Kings. No Kings 3. You know, we already passed No Kings 2, so I don't have another Electric Boogaloo style riff on that. It's just No Kings 3. All right? And I got to say, the discourse I saw around No Kings 3 this time, largely positive, but man, I had to hold my tongue for a little bit of it, okay? It very frustrating stuff. Let's open it up with this clip from Timothy Snyder, who put this out, encouraging people to go to their local No Kings protest, and why. Okay, specifically, he put out 5 reasons why people should go. Let's take a look.
Why do we protest? Reason number 1, nonviolent protest works. We know from history and we know from recent experience that nonviolent protest makes authoritarian regime change less likely. It makes it more likely that we'll have a future of open, free politics. Reason number 2, it changes the atmosphere. If we all stay at home and we all think our own thoughts, we don't set an example. When we go outside, when we join together, we help show the country, we help show the world, we help show everybody else that this is not normal, that we are on the wrong path. And by putting ourselves out there, we show what the right path can look like. We change the atmosphere. Reason number 3,
If we're going with the memes, it's No Kings 3D.
Damn it. That's good. That's good, Pluvius. Thank you for the $5 dono and for saving the form of the joke. I don't. Can it even be called a joke? Anyway, thank you. It makes me feel better.
Disorganized. In order to win, we've got to be with other people. We've got to be with people who are better organizers than we are, who are more courageous than we are, who are out there doing the work. When you go out next Saturday to No Kings, make sure you meet new people. Make sure you make new plans. Make sure you help us stick together. We can get through this together. Number 4, protests win elections. We're in a situation where we've got a very important election in front of us. The future of the Republic depends on it. The opposition has to win, but the opposition isn't just a party. The opposition is a coalition. And when you take part in protests, you build that big coalition. You build that force and that energy which can actually lead us to victory in special times. Protest wins elections. Reason number 5, protest brings joy. Protest makes us happy. If you're feeling alone, if you're feeling isolated, protest is just the thing. Because when you protest, you're with other people and you feel like you're making a difference, and you feel that way because you are making a difference. Hopelessness turns into hope. Join us, No Kings, March 28th.
And these are all excellent reasons, of course, to participate in No Kings, right? And I saw a lot of people online kind of trying to openly wonder, like, hey, why are we even doing this? Like, what is even the point? It's basically just a big parade. It's basically just a big party. Like, how is this actually moving the needle? It's predictable. It has, it doesn't seem to have like super concrete demands. Like, obviously this is, a known inconvenience for the regime, so it's not actually going to spur any kind of change or difference. Having a theory of change that's just a lot of people don't like you doesn't seem like a very effective way to get things done, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And that is, some stuff about like, oh, well, it's all controlled opposition, it's not effective, all that stuff, right? And I want people to understand that you might be in your leftist circle very active doing things, but you are not indicative of where the average American is at when it comes to protest. And that is something a lot of us have to internalize.
Protests send a message. Breaking the record for biggest single-day protest in U.S. history for the 3rd time in a row is a goddamn message.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, the point of doing this is a couple-fold, right? In addition to what Timothy Snyder had to say, who wrote the book on tyranny, literally, and that is, a protest sends a message, which is, it might largely be, not unified behind any given huge message that you can see, because a lot of people are showing up to protest along with a bunch of their own demands. There's not like a unified kind of voice on that. But the No Kings protests themselves do have goals. They do have stated opposition to the Donald Trump regime and the GOP and their cronies and, their various little insect-like appendages that they call, cabinet members and such. But they all do react to public pressure. They do react to seeing, oh, this is so unpopular, millions of people are turning out. Like, the total turnout is estimated to be over 8 million people. It's the largest single day of protest in U.S. history. And it represents around 3% of the U.S., working adult population. It's massive. It is absolutely massive. And so what you're looking at is an unprecedented mobilization, which is important because the United States, by and large, does not have a protest apparatus like this. Most Americans don't participate in protests. Most Americans, are busy. They're not, they don't have the impulse or desire to show up at these things. And even if they do, a lot of people have work. A lot of people are tired at the end of the day. A lot of people have kids, et cetera, et cetera. But what this is doing is connecting people with their local community, their local organizing apparatuses, and getting them involved while also demystifying the act of protest, which, again, for a lot of people, we're talking about baby's first protest. We're talking about, guys who have never been to a protest showing up. And that is kind of what No Kings is building, right? It is building the muscle memory of protest. It is building up the ability to turn out, to know what to do, to know how to turn out. And that is really important when it comes to building up an electorate that is willing to turn out and actually, stand for something. The United States has had for the past century had the protesting spirit constantly belittled, mocked, marginalized, etc. Martin Luther King Jr. died one of the most hated men in America because of his protests. And the media was complicit with that by and large at the time. And it is only in retrospect that many leaders of the civil rights movement were cast as heroes in the mainstream, And what I'm getting at here is that it takes a lot of coordination to pull off a No Kings Day. But what we're looking at beyond just No Kings 3D is, what does No Kings 4 look like? What more action can people take? Because we've gotten the normies on board now. The normies are turning up for No Kings. What do you do with that? How do you train these people up? What is the next kind of action? Right? And that is, I think, maybe the most important question, right? And so here is what Indivisible put out immediately after No Kings, right? No Kings 3D.
So you're one of the millions of Americans who attended Saturday's historic No Kings protests, and you're wondering what's next? We've got to keep this momentum going and start organizing all the new people who gathered with us at more than 3,300 nationwide events on Saturday. Join our mass call on Tuesday night to discuss our two major initiatives after No Kings Day. First, we'll be launching nationwide meetings to welcome protesters into ongoing political organizing. This is how we help people who are politically awakened by No Kings to get involved with sustained local actions around ICE monitoring, election protection, and non-cooperation. We put together a toolkit to make it easy to organize your local meeting. Second, we're gearing up for a national day of economic disruption on May Day. After building a large, broad-based coalition of folks ready for higher level actions, we're preparing for a labor-led day of no school, no work, no shopping on May 1st to put the oligarchs enabling Trump's power grab on notice. Join the No Kings Coalition's mass call on Tuesday night to learn more about how we're going to keep building power and defying Trump's authoritarian agenda. Can't be with us on Tuesday? Don't worry. Go ahead and register now so you'll receive the follow-up materials.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this has been a training montage. What No Kings is not just a day to have a parade where you say, fuck Donald Trump, and then you go home and that's it. The entire point, the entire time, has been to get normal, non-political people engaged in this specific arena of politics that has, for a very long time, for people in the United States, been something that they do not participate in. They show up to vote, maybe, and then they go home and they don't think about it for another 4 years. You know, a lot of folks skipped the midterms, you know, in the past. Like, it was normal to just kind of skip the midterms, check out, and then just check back in for the general, right? And what is being trained up here is this capacity to show up in the street, to be able to show up in opposition to the presiding regime.
I want so much more energy and excitement in the voiceover. Could she not have done one more take?
Right? I also wanted that too, Sake Tanuki, but I didn't say anything. Thank you for speaking up. And for the 2 tier 1 subs. So yeah, we've got people being trained up and also getting excited, getting geared towards future mobilizations and future ways that this kind of mobilization can be used on a mass scale, but in different ways. And when we're talking about a mass day of labor action, I know obviously I can hear it in my head right now. People grumbling about, oh, well, it's going to be, it's just one day. It's predictable. This isn't going to be anything. But what it is an escalation. It is an escalation of the nonviolent tactics. And when you're talking about a group of 8 million people, absent like some kind of existentially large external threat, like what we had here in Minneapolis was like that, with ICE roving the streets, executing people like Alex Preddy, in broad daylight. Like that was an external existential threat that brought the community together in a way I've never seen before. And that was really, really cool. But No King seeks to do that for people who might be pretty comfortable right now, with retirement funds coming in, et cetera, who are not the target demographic that ICE is going after, et cetera. Like, what is happening right now is an attempt to radicalize even normal people who are unaffected largely by the regime, at least unaffected directly. Because a lot of people are seeing what's happening and they think this is just wrong. This is just fucking wrong. And so having an escalation from a day of turning out and protesting with signs in the streets to a day of economic disruption, that's a big deal. Because what it then does is it leaves room to flex muscle for additional economic disruption, for additional escalations, because this is not the final one, right? And so when we are looking at, oh, hey, it's so predictable, this will never amount to anything, keep in mind that the goal of a one-day economic disruption is to make it easier to do a 2-day or a 3-day or a 4-day or a week-long economic disruption. You need to build capacity for that. You need to build public support for that. You need to build the on-the-ground support networks for that. Because when you're starting to talk about that, you're starting to talk about, like, people could be putting their healthcare on the line, if they're, someone who depends on a health insurance program through their work. It is something that I think is very, very useful for this. And I find that particularly cool and interesting to see. Hunter Young, thank you for the $5 super chat. As a 24-year-old common sense Republican, I would love to have a friendly debate. You seem very well-spoken and passionate for your point of view. I am indeed. Thank you. Let's see here. Just wanted to play this clip of Jane Fonda here from the No Kings rally.
Becca Good, the wife of Renee Good, has asked me to read a statement, which I am honored to do. Hello, Minnesota. This is from Becca Good. I am so proud to call Minneapolis my home. I can't stop talking about how absolutely beautiful it is to see how Minnesota shows up for its people. I want to say thank you for how you've shown up for me, how you've shown up and shown out for all the people victimized by this horrible moment in history. So many people have reached out to me and surrounded me with safety and care, and I know I am not alone in feeling in awe of your generosity. Neighbors are paying people's rent and groceries. Hundreds of businesses become community hubs. This is beautiful. And beyond Minnesota, people all over the country and the world care about what happens here to all of us. Becca Good.
What a just fundamentally decent statement to put out through Jane Fonda. Like, her partner gets gunned down for no reason. And still finds a heart in there. But yeah, Hunter Young, I have no idea what you want to debate, but I'll respond to you in chat, of course. Otherwise, I do a debate show you can call into called The Line. And I do also want to point out here that not only was No Kings 3D the largest single day of protest in American history, it also spanned every single continent. This is from Antarctica. Literally everywhere on the planet. So just interesting. Just cool stuff. And, just to give you an idea of everyone coming together, here are the feeds from several different cities. I feel bad for Renee Good being shot and killed. I really do, but I feel she made terrible decisions leading up to that fact. I don't know, man. Try following two conflicting instructions from several guys with guns who pull up outside of your house, and then even as you're saying, "Hey, I don't hate you," like, you still get shot in the fucking face. I've seen the camera angles. We watched it millisecond by millisecond on this channel. At no point was the officer's life in danger. He shot after the car had already cleared his body. And I don't know, any argument you want to make about that, I don't think or believe that you are a common sense Republican. I believe that you are someone who is out to justify the murder of a woman by the state. If you were a common sense Republican, you wouldn't be here carrying water for agents of the state shooting a woman in broad daylight in the fucking face. Common sense Republicans, just so you know, back in my day, I'm a little bit older than you. Okay, but common sense Republicans were people who would say things like, oh, I don't believe in the ability of a jackbooted thugs from the government to come to your door and be, put the government in all your business. And in this fucking case, we're talking about masked fucking dudes from the federal government coming to a neighborhood for no goddamn reason because a guy on YouTube made a bunch of videos about how Somali daycares were scamming people because they wouldn't show him children when he demanded it as a stranger off the street. And then you're like, well, that woman made some poor decisions. No, the federal government made some poor decisions by sending a bunch of masked armed men into our neighborhoods to terrorize black and brown people for the presence of their melanin in their skin. All right? And then you come in here and you're like, well, I think she made some bad decisions. A man shot her in the face when there was no threat to her life. No threat to his life, rather. My God, was there a threat to her life? But like, you can't call yourself common sense. And then, I've seen the video. He shot her after the car was clear, as she was driving away. If he had been in danger, if she had been trying to run him the fuck over, that car would have run him the fuck over. It's specifically why the training manuals and all of the training that ICE agents received that he would have well known about because he worked for ICE and Customs and Border Patrol. Guess what? You never shoot someone in a car that is pointed to you because it will kill you. Hunter, do you know what happens when you shoot somebody who is behind the wheel of a car? Do you know? Because I'll tell you, and it's what you see in the video. The foot goes limp on the gas, and then the car goes. It shoots the car forward like a goddamn missile. If you are standing in front of the car, and your excuse is, oh, well, it's a threat to my life, congrats, you just killed yourself. So his life was not in danger. And not only that, you're like, well, when people tell me to be detained, she was being told multiple things by multiple officers, as attested to by different witnesses on the scene. And when you're like, well, she was being detained. No, she wasn't. One guy came over to say she's detained. Another guy told her to leave. She was getting conflicting orders from guys with guns. So when you are telling me, oh, well, just comply. You can't comply when two different officers are giving you two different orders. And not only that, those guys are not able to arrest American citizens. They are simply not. That is not their job. They are not beat cops. They cannot arrest American citizens. ICE cannot do that. So when you're like, well, she's being detained. Bitch, you don't know what you're talking about. And if you, on the off chance you do know what you're talking about, and you're coming here being a common sense Republican who's arguing, well, ICE can detain you, you should know your rights, and you should stop sucking the dick of every authoritarian that comes your way. Stop it. Stop it. You do not have to debase yourself like this. So I don't know what you came here expecting when you justified masked men from the federal government killing people with impunity in my fucking neighborhood. Because guess what, motherfucker? I live here. But your common sense would get you spat on by basically everyone who lives in my fucking city. And you'd deserve it. So, I can tell you that a city of millions thinks you're a fucking fool, a coward, and just an absolute goddamn blight on this society. And guess what? 8 million people turned out to tell you to go fuck yourself. And we'll fucking do it again. We'll get 12 million people next time. If the officer had not stepped to the side as he shot her, he would have been run over. No! Actually. Like, it's crazy to me. People are wild. Like, I just... I mean, Hunter Young, your argument is just if a guy with a gun tells you to get out of your car, you get out of your car and do whatever they say. Your argument is just applicable, I guess, to any kind of thug or criminal who walks up to you with a gun pulled. Like, that's your argument. You live in a world where a guy can walk up to you with a gun and then you just do whatever he says. It's a sad world you live in. A sad world where people with guns just get to lord over you. And honestly, I've known a lot of principled old school Republicans, and they have nothing but contempt for little guys like you who can't even bother to stand up for yourself. You deserve the contempt too. It's weak. It's weak as hell. Well, I know if a guy with a gun walked up to me and pointed at me and I would just do what he says. Yeah, that's not how our federal government is supposed to work, bud. And when a criminal does that, or when a, random citizen does that, we call that person a criminal. When a Fed from the Trump administration does that, you all call him, well, like, it's a very reasonable thing to listen to him. Why? Why defend him? Why defend this administration that sent him, that continues to protect him, that continues to stop any kind of prosecution against him, that covered up evidence of his crime for him? The kind of world you are seeking to create is the kind of world where men with guns rule with impunity, and you have no rights. And I reject a vision of a world as bankrupt and as awful as that one. I don't know. I would suggest that if you're going to remain a Republican, become a far more reasonable Republican than you are now. Yeah, ICE agents on the scene blocked a doctor from responding to her, blocked ambulances from getting to the scene. Like, the fact that you are here making this argument is disgusting. It is truly disgusting. and know that, like, you are not reasonable. You're simply afraid. And I encourage you not to support a party that would have you live in fear and advocating to everyone else to live in chains so that they can be safe. Because I'm here to tell you there is nothing to lose but your chains. So fucking lose them already, man. Man, Hunter, you gotta lose this fear. You
If you're
gotta
going
lose
to
this
proclaim
fear.
the world as a battle between good and evil, those who literally shoot good must be evil.
Indeed. Indeed. If given the choice of pride in my life, I will choose my life. I don't know, man. She followed orders to leave the scene. She tried to do so, and she was shot in the face. Also, how you gonna be suing officers in a court of law when they're hiding their identities? Shut the fuck up. Wasteland Games, I would not support any of those people for president. Like, Hunter Young, I implore you to just think through your reasoning, like, even 5 seconds more. If a guy walks up to you and says, I have a gun, come with me, or I'll shoot you, your argument is literally, yeah, you should follow and do whatever that guy says. Insane worldview to have. You have a slave mentality, and you need to break it. You need to break it. You cannot be willingly enslaving yourself like this. Stop it. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate you. And appreciate everybody else.
Funny thing from the one in my city was we were all supposed to wear blue, but most didn't get the memo.
Oh. Well, you're a Ascended Kitten. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for the $5 donut. Very much appreciated. All right, folks. Also, I did have one additional thing that I wanted to show before we round out this segment here, which is folks down in Nashville. Yeah, I wanted to pull this up. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. So folks in Nashville were marching, and notice that multiple Apache helicopters were flying low over the city. And in fact, one of them took a picture of how low. And I want you to understand, this is very low. And I don't know. There's something about the protest garb and attire and the militarized helicopter overhead that, to me, there's something very evocative about this image. Something fiction becoming reality, something. And a lot of people had a lot of questions about this. Was this done out of intimidation? Were they trying to, what were they trying to do? Why were they there? Yeah, is it intimidation? Right? And, well, it turns out it was for, a much stupider reason than you might expect.
What appears to have been a private air show for a controversial Nashville celebrity, along with a flyover at Nashville's No Kings protest, now has the U.S. Army investigating its own. The Army's AH-64 Apache helicopter is a fierce machine. It's one of the critical tools of the 101st Airborne out of Fort Campbell.
But flights by two of its crews on Saturday have raised eyebrows and have now led to the Army itself asking questions. News Channel 5's chief investigative reporter Phil Williams continues to follow this story that he first shared on social
media. Hunter Young, this is the last comment I'm going to say to you, but choosing to live on your knees rather than die on your feet, you are embracing the literal terms of enslavement. Like, that was literally, for many, many people in many, many circumstances throughout history, it was a choice between either living as a slave or attempting to gain freedom and possibly dying in the attempt. And, you know, a lot of people were brave enough to try and fight for freedom. And you here, as somebody who is coming here as someone who professes to be an American, who believes in freedom and the virtues of freedom, you're coming here encouraging others to live and adopt your living on your knees strategy. And I'm sorry, but the people who are actual Americans, who actually believe in freedom, who actually believe in resisting state tyranny, they will never accept you. And the fact that you have deluded yourself into living with this enslaved mindset is, I think should be a wake-up call for you. The fact that you've turned that into like a political statement for yourself, that you show up here and you're like, well, actually that mom that got shot in the face in your community by a federal agent that was sent here on bogus reasons, well, actually, she should have just complied with state power instead of standing up for what is right. And instead of trying to leave the scene as she was asked to do. Like, you come here to defend her slaying, her murder, for not complying. And I think I missed the part in the American Constitution or any kind of American law where you can be killed for simply saying no to the state. And I think it's pretty abhorrent and sad, frankly, that you have internalized this idea that you must bow to the power of the state as somebody whose inheritance is freedom and democracy. Willingly putting yourself back into bondage, I don't know. I think there's something deeply fucked about that. And that's the last I'll have to say to you. If you want to talk more, you're welcome to call into the line. I'm usually there every other Thursday. I won't be there this Thursday, but I'll be there next Thursday. So you can call in then if you would like to continue this back and forth verbally. But I want you to know your mentality and your politics disgust me as somebody who fundamentally loves freedom and believes that all people everywhere should be free.
Media. This video posted by Kid Rock shows the two Apache helicopters giving him a personal air show on Saturday at his home just north of Nashville. This is what got the U.S. Army's attention, but others are also asking about what these flight crews did earlier in the day.
We will build coalitions, we will build resistance, we will build spaces of bravery.
Thousands had gathered in downtown Nashville for the so-called No Kings protest against the Trump administration's policies when two U.S. Army Apache helicopters twice flew over at low altitude, appearing to be following the Cumberland River. From there, flight data shows they headed here to Kid Rock's home just north of town in Whites Creek, a 27,000 square foot mansion built to resemble the White House.
Can we just take a moment You built your house to be like a lame a lame copy of the White House? I did not know that. Yeah, so basically these guys recreated a scene out of The Handmaid's Tale uh in order to do a flyby of Kid Rock's house. It's actually insane.
Kid Rock himself posted this video on X showing him saluting one of the Apaches as it hovered just beyond his swimming pool.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. He literally calls it the Southern White House. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's so lame. He's so lame. Yeah, he is worse than that Dilbert guy. Oh my god.
His caption read,
Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't take in the full scene. He's standing next to a copy of the Statue of Liberty. This man who stands for, like, mass deportations and thinks mass deportations are the most brilliant idea ever, has a copy of the Statue of Liberty next to his fucking pool. Does that Statue of Liberty have the poem on it? Is he that much, like, which did he care more about? His hatred of immigrants or his dedication to recreating just Americana? I'm genuinely fascinated.
caption read, "This is a level of respect that the governor of California will never know." Another video shows the Apache appearing to face Kid Rock's home in an attack position as the second helicopter swoops across the background. Over on my
Kid Rock, also known as that guy who made a song in Osmosis Jones about how he believes that while some people call it statutory, he believes it's mandatory. You know, the kind of lyrics you would put into a song made for children.
my Facebook page, I heard from thousands of you reactions like, "Who paid for that? It's coming out of his pocket, right?" On the other side, "No big deal. They do a flyover by my house all the time." But the U.S. Army took notice, saying in a statement, Fort Campbell leadership is aware of a video circulating on social media. An administrative review is...
Tweets aren't news? I'm sorry, the United States government doing a flyover for a very special, like, millionaire boyfriend of the administration isn't news? As they also en route terrified, the millions of people who were turned out for no kings as they flew overhead. That's not news? Stop it. Stop being silly.
Underway to assess the mission and verify compliance with regulations and airspace requirements. The statement concluded, appropriate action will be taken if any violations are found. As for the flyover at Saturday's protest, some were suspicious. Over on my Blue Sky account, among your comments, deliberate intimidation for No Kings protesters, personal approval just for Kid Rock. This is video.
I am with you there when it comes to just like, oh, listen to what this person's. I don't care what Jackie Knott thought about all this. I don't know who this is. But I do care about Kid Rock posting videos of the helicopters outside his house. Because we paid for that.
Rock. This is video one of you shared with me. Now, to be fair, people who live downtown tell me it's not uncommon to see Army helicopters flying fairly low on weekends. Still, the Fort Campbell...
On weekends? Why would that be common on weekends? Yeah, on weekends we just get a little bit more loosey-goosey with our airspace.
Spokesperson told me, quote, "We just don't know if it was incidental or if it was deliberate."
I'm sorry, you don't know if they just happened to fly right by Kid Rock's house?
Hand emoji, heart hands emoji. I can't stay for stream, but I wanted to thank you for everything you and the community have done to keep me going. I love y'all so much. I'm back working, and it's going really well.
Hell yeah!
You all got me through so much.
Hell yeah! Binturong, thank you for the $50 super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Oh, hiccup. And also, congrats on the gig. You know? Also, oh, they train on weekends, so they fly lower? That makes more sense. I also just don't, the idea that they just somehow coincidentally flew close to Kid Rock's house, allowed him to do a photo shoot and then flew back. I don't buy that for a goddamn second.
Of course, we'll let you know what we find out. Phil Williams, News Channel 5 investigates.
I do want to say, Phil Williams this is not the first time we have seen him like investigating different news stories. He's one of those guys who's kind of on a lot of the goings on down in the Nashville area. And I, for one, appreciate his investigative rigor as it is. Phil's voice is very pleasant too. It's true. It's true. Blaine Bradley Android, thank you very much for subscribing. Appreciate you. He's kind of killing it. He is. He's done a lot of other great stuff. I might be remembering this wrong, but let me see. Yeah, here it is. I believe they did a really, really good. They've done a good investigative series into a white nationalist, white supremacist like conference that happens in like the Nashville area, and like he's been like the guy, right? Doing a lot of this work. Just as a quick example here.
First look this morning at an exclusive News Channel 5 investigation as Tennessee once again finds itself in the crosshairs of a controversial plan for a whites-only community.
And what we've discovered about the man behind the plan will almost certainly raise even more concerns. Our chief investigative reporter, of course, Phil Williams, continues to confront the hate in our state.
Eric Orwell has gained some attention around the country for wanting to create a whites-only community in Arkansas. Now I've discovered he also has his sights set on Tennessee, beginning with a white nationalist event right here in the mid-state.
No Nazis, no KKK, no fascist USA.
We were there last year as anti-fascist protesters.
Yeah, we covered this specific event right here.
Raised their voices in opposition to the annual gathering of white nationalists at Montgomery Bell State Park.
This guy went and like personally identified like each one of these Nazi fucks in his investigation. It was beautiful. He's done so much good work.
The American Renaissance Conference is scheduled to return to the park in mid-November.
We have a community for white Americans who value their European ancestry.
Among the speakers is a far-right figure who's recently made headlines around the globe with his plan to create a whites-only community in northeastern Arkansas.
Of course, we're concerned about the ability of white Americans to have their own communities in the future, and I think this is a discussion that needs to happen.
Eric Orwell told me he wants to test federal fair housing laws, which is why he created a group called Return to the Land as a private membership association, in other words, a private club, with plans to create other whites-only communities.
Right now, there are a few hot spots that we're honing in on: Idaho, Tennessee, the Ozarks.
You say Tennessee?
Yeah, that's one of those hot spots.
And where in Tennessee are you looking at?
A few different locations, eastern Tennessee, central Tennessee. So I'm not going to give away specific zip codes or anything.
So who is Eric Orwell and what does he really want? I had some tough questions for him. You can see how he answered as my confronting hate investigation continues tonight at 6.
I would recommend, by the way, News Channel 5 specifically, and Phil in particular. I would recommend his investigative series on these guys. It is really comprehensive and really well done. All right. But I know this has all been a big tangent, but let's bring it all back around to No Kings. No Kings 3D. All right. And I wanted to play this clip because I thought it was maybe the most important part of the No Kings protests.
This is the largest protest in Minnesota history. Good job, everybody. Now, if you know anything about Indivisible, we have a real bias towards action. So we're going to give you some actions. Leah just gave you one action for everybody in the Twin Cities. There are millions of people watching now. And for the millions of people around the country, around the globe, we've got to work in concert with the Minnesotans. When Trump tries to sabotage the midterms, we need to match the depth of the organizing that we've seen here in Minnesota with the breadth of the organizing we're seeing all over the world for No Kings 3. So what does that mean? Let's get specific. I want everybody here to put this on your calendar. The next major national action of this movement is not just going to be another protest. It is a tactical escalation. An escalation. It is an economic show of force inspired by Minnesota's own Day of Truth and Action. We all saw this. Thousands of teachers and nurses, community leaders, faith leaders showing up in sub-zero temperatures, showing this state that they were not going to put up with business as usual while a secret police goon squad was murdering Americans in the streets. We need to do that nationally, y'all. We need to do that all.
I just want to say shout out to this whatever the hell this is. I love it.
All over the country. So on May 1st, on May Day, across the country, we are saying no business as usual. No work, no school, no shopping. We're going to show up and say we're putting workers over billionaires and kings. This is the large.
Now, I want you all to understand May 1st. Mark it on your calendar, all right? Genuinely. Make plans to not be at work, to not do economically productive activity. Mark it on your calendar, folks. Okay? It is a day that honors workers already. May Day is, of course, a working person's holiday. But also, number two, it is, as Ezra is saying here, an economic show of force. It's effectively a shot across the bow. Obviously, all of us understand one day of economic non-participation is not going to change much. But what it will do is get a lot of people's attention. It does, in fact, disrupt the systems that require us to show up in order for work to be done, requires us to show up in order for things to keep running smoothly. And when we do not show up, when we do not participate in commerce, that becomes noteworthy. And it also, as I was saying at the very beginning, to bring it full circle, it builds up that political organizing muscle. Something that's very, very important here is to recognize Americans don't have that muscle by and large. We're not like France yet. And also what is important to note is that as each No Kings has happened, more and more organizations, and in particular labor unions, have gotten involved and shown up to march for No Kings. So what I'm excited about here is for this particular event to make itself be felt through solidarity with working class people and through solidarity with unions and organized working class power. That's what I'm really, really excited. Okay? I'm excited for the prospect of this strengthening bond between the political organizing that has been largely just an outlet for, solidarity against the regime, and now a fusing of that with the working movement, the movement in favor of working people in this country. And I think that that kind of moment of fusion is really, really key. I think it really sets us up for a future where we escalate economic action. Because at a certain point, and they talk about this in the No Kings Indivisible training sessions, and I've been to several of them. But they talk about how every regime relies on several different pillars of support. And one of those pillars is business. And when we start doing these economic movements and non-participation, that very much disrupts business and the flow of commerce. And that is something that perhaps the only pillar that the Trump administration actually gives a fuck about. They'll respond to that. They will, in fact, respond to that. And so I'm excited to see what comes out of this, what kind of solidarity we build. And I do want to say we, because all of this is contingent on you guys joining together with like-minded people on the local level. No Kings has basically been a huge networking event, or several huge networking events, to get more involved in your local political scene. And I encourage you, if you are already plugged into that local political scene, continue to be plugged in, continue to see what you can do, seek different ways you can do more if you are, of course, able to do so. And also, folks, join your local Dems, radicalize them, make them more progressive. We need to board the Democratic ship and jettison all the dead weight, the Chuck Schumers, the corporate Dems, the people who have sold us out to the wealthy Epstein class. We need to get rid of these people, all right? And not only that, we need people to join your local DSA. We need to make the DSA everywhere as effective as it is in New York, where they walk in lockstep with labor unions across the state. It is vitally important that we do both these things, okay? And if you need help getting started doing that, because I know it can be intimidating, join the Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help organizing with your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing with your local Dems. We also have dedicated discussion channels for that. And also, if you don't want to join Discord for whatever reason, you can usually find one or both of them over here on riverboat.gg, which is this on-screen chat you may have noticed over here. So consider doing one of those, all right? The more of you get involved, the more power we can build on the local level, the more we can protect our friends, our families, our neighbors, and the more we can build our power so that we can improve not just our city, but also our state and eventually our country. Because the goal should be, and honestly, eventually beyond that, the world. This should be a movement of solidarity for all people, not limited by any border. So, all that being said, folks, organize, 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 get organized for May 1st. And if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, all that good stuff. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie that fits, that is sexy, that is elegant, and well-made. Check it out. I'm wearing it right now. It's really comfortable, and also just, it looks great. So check it out. Link down in the description, and let's keep on going. Also, folks, just as a side note, if you've been interested in Imogene Olivia, but have held off because it might be a little expensive or whatnot, today would be a good day to go check out ImogeneOlivia.com, because it is in fact a sale day in honor of Trans Day of Visibility. There is a sale going on over on ImogeneOlivia.com, so go check that out if you'd like to save some money. There you go. Yeah, also tonight, if anyone is interested in learning more about what Indivisible is planning, what No Kings is planning, tonight Indivisible is having a training session that you can attend digitally. You can like get access to their organizing materials, etc. So do go check that out if that is of interest to you. How we all doing, folks? We've been going for over 2 hours. If you've gotten anything out of today, click that like button. We got a little song to let you know what to do. Go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Hi, Iconic Keo. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. What's on May 1st? General strike for May 1st called by No Kings and the aligned organizations, which include labor from all across the United States, as well as many other organizing apparatuses. Me and my partner are both trans. Happy Trans Day of Visibility, everyone. Hell yeah! Hope you two have a really lovely day. Trans people turning off their invisibility for a day. My goodness, folks. Also, today in headlines that I could have sworn to God were Onion headlines. Five Guys CEO says he gave $1.5 million bonus to employees because I didn't want anybody shooting me. And honestly, and then this picture of him just smiling big. You know what? It's just nice to see a rich person like this with a bunch of employees understand that, like, yeah, that is kind of why you're supposed to, as somebody who's super wealthy and runs a huge corporation, that is in fact why you are supposed to pay your workers well and treat them well, because they you know, pitchforks and torches aren't that expensive. You know, like it's nice to have like a healthy respect for the dynamic at play, you know? I feel I'm just gonna bookmark that site forever. All right. All right, you guys ready to talk about Iran? We'll talk about Iran, and then I don't know that we'll be able to do the whole CPAC gauntlet. We'll see what I can do. Um, but luckily I bought this, not sponsored, but I bought this giant can of Monster, and it is giving me the fuel to keep going, even though it's almost 5 a.m. But I will say, once again, please consider financially supporting the stream, because you guys make this show possible, and I could not do it without you fine folks. Also, we are currently getting closer and closer to our overarching goal, which would be pretty cool to hit. All right. Iran's so far away. God. The monster can of Monster makes you look so small and cute. You're right. I should always have a giant Monster. No, I shouldn't. That's too much caffeine. Well, Uncle Gumbald, I do have the Nick Shirley one, but I think I might save that for the CPAC gauntlet, because I want I want that to be during like normal show hours, you know? I want that one for the girlies who show up on time, you know? Not to say like you guys aren't important too, but like I would love to do it, at like a 10 p.m. slot instead of a 5 a.m. slot. Hello, 59 Carla. Congrats on the name change. Woke up at midnight with insomnia. I can't go back to bed, but hey, glad I found this channel in my feed. Means the world that you've liked what you've seen so far. It's pretty indicative of my content. Cover a subject. Sometimes a conservative wants to have a respectful debate about the ethics of federal government agents killing U.S. citizens with impunity. I yell at them and then finish out the segment. That I feel like that's pretty indicative of what I do. But we will be doing Nick Shirley for sure, Uncle Gumbald, for sure. All right. Jack, you're just rad. Thanks. Doing my best. This is the first time I've gotten to listen to you while going to and at work. If only this was regular. Well, luckily, through the magic of VODs, you can make this a regular part of your day, even if I'm not live. Whoa. Sparkle noise, sparkle noise, sparkle noise. Yawn. Okay, here we go. Into the stupidity pit with you. So, folks, we have to talk about Iran and also, in the process, Donald Trump. Because, again, we can't really talk about Iran without noting the fact that Donald Trump has no idea why we're there. We have no clear plans for what we're going to do there. There's not even really a clear way of getting out. It's been like over a month now, and we are no closer to having any answers as to why this is happening, other than Donald Trump thought it'd be fun and easy, I guess. That's genuinely my best guess, because like sometimes it's like, well, it's about eliminating their nuclear weapons program, which we previously said we had already done. Well, and also previously had done under the Obama administration's, nuclear deal with Iran that Donald Trump tore up. So this is actually the second time we've been put into a crisis by Donald Trump as it relates to Iran. But I don't think it has anything to do with nuclear weapons whatsoever, right? Because if anything, what Donald Trump has managed to do now is absolutely guarantee that the only way Iran is going to feel at all any kind of security is if they actually get a deterrent nuclear weapon, right? I don't believe that Iran has the ability to get one right now. And I believe that is why they are pursuing this strategy of locking down the Strait of Hormuz and attempting to formalize their control over it, which is actually a huge win for them as a country if that actually takes place, right? It has formally been added to their list of demands for the conflict to end. And increasingly, Iran's list of demands for the conflict to end seems to be mattering a whole lot more than the United States list of demands for the conflict to end. And that's, I think, pretty telling. And it's not hard to see why, right? Because Donald Trump, his brain's not all there. And without any additional context, I'm just going to play this clip from him, I think earlier today or yesterday.
Thank everybody very much. And I'm asked to take a few questions. And unlike other politicians, they would like the questions screened. I don't ask for screening of the questions. You can ask me anything you want. You can talk sex. You can do whatever the hell you want. I'm here for you. Thank everybody.
That's a really weird thing to say. If you got all your marbles. That's a really weird thing to say. Just off the cuff. He said that? He said that. Yes. So, this is the guy in charge of America right now. And as far as, other world leaders at the moment, it's worth noting that, the Pope has a little bit of influence over the Trump administration, largely through J.D. Vance, who is apparently a Catholic. But it's worth noting that the Pope came out real hard against J.D. Vance here, saying that God rejects prayers of leaders who wage wars. Which, is really, I gotta say, we might have a good, a marginally good Pope right now. Marginally good Pope. Which is strange, right? It's strange to say that, but this guy's basically like, yeah, no, Christian nationalism's disgusting and you shouldn't do it. Don't do Christian nationalism. Don't wage wars in the name of Christ. And I just want to say, The full quote here: God rejects the prayers of leaders who start wars and have hands full of blood. And I think that's at least something. I think that's an interesting development, to say the least. And there's another interesting development here, apropos of nothing. YouGov put out a new poll a few days ago, March with data from March 25th, showing that Donald Trump currently has 62% disapproval, which is a pretty high number, and only an approval rating of 33%. Guys, having an approval rating of 33% puts him in striking range of having this, like, hitting the level of approval Nixon had when he left office. We're talking like George W. Bush at like the bottom of his approval rating. We're talking like this is the kind of thing where most people pack it up and go home because there's literally nothing they can accomplish from there on out with only 26% approval. And he is not that far away from that number. All right. And that matters. It matters because we're getting closer and closer to the midterms. And the more and more hated Donald Trump becomes by the general public, the more and more incentive is given for Republicans to try and distance themselves. This is one of the reasons I'm interested to look at CPAC speakers who are, in the Senate or the House, or who are governors, because as we're getting closer to the midterms, you're going to start seeing people distancing themselves from Trump, probably not fully breaking from Trump, at least not until after the midterms. But like, we're going to start seeing some bigger and bigger rifts. And we've already seen a ton of conservative infighting here. But we're going to start seeing more of it as we get closer to the midterms, and especially after we get over the midterm hump, right? And I do want to point out here that, like, increasingly what is going to be a point of contention in the Republican Party is going to be, are you pro-Israel or are you anti-Israel? And we all know here, of course, that a lot of Republicans are deeply anti-Semitic and oppose Israel on the grounds that they dislike, Jewish people. And that would be representative of like the Tucker Carlson wing of the Republicans. But then you have people who are still close with Trump, and Donald Trump got involved in this war in Iran in no small part because Israel, sweet talked him into it, because he has a weak, feeble mind, right? And stuff like this is going to exacerbate the break. This is from the International Business Times. Trump advisor Paula White says Christians must send 10% of their gross income to Israel or risk disobeying God. Like, genuinely crazy. Oh, we're not going to be able to find this right off the butt, are we? It's unfortunate. I believe that it is so important to honor God with his tithe, an offering that's free will. She told viewers that giving to her ministry over the past 4 years had contributed to rebuilding a moshav in Israel. You've helped build a moshav in a village in Israel from the horrific attacks of October 7th. You did the greatest thing, and the greatest thing you do is take the gospel around the world. And like, yeah, here we go. It's wild to me that she's advocating a 10% tithe to Israel. And it is only going to get worse from here on out. Like, this kind of stuff is going to absolutely galvanize and polarize the Republicans, right? And I wanted to pull this up. Sorry, I'm stalling. If you can't tell, I'm stalling to buy time. Let's see here. Yeah. Or you could give your money to, like, the needy. Yeah, you could. If you're a loser. Why give to the needy when you could give to a genocidal apartheid state? Why? I don't understand. All right. God. This is not cooperating. Anyway, Bloomberg, let me back up a little bit. So Donald Trump has been trying, with his feeble, degenerated brain, has been trying his best to figure out how he can sell this war in Iran as a good thing to the American people. And one of the ways he's been trying to do it is by just coming right out and saying, as he did earlier today, we're just straight up going to Iran to take the oil. We take the oil and then we win. That's genuinely his thought process. He genuinely seems to think if you put troops on Karg Island off the coast of Iran, that means we now have all of their oil, and that's it. We're done. They can't fight us anymore. And that's just not at all how this is going to work. But that's what he's trying to spin this as, right? And to that end, Donald Trump is massing troops. Thousands and thousands and thousands of U.S. Army paratroopers. Okay? Like, it is crazy the degree to which people are being deployed. There are over 2,500 Marines. And the Army has also sent the 82nd Airborne. And it seems to me right now like the plan is we're just going to drop, like, parachute 1,000 or so guys onto Karg Island. And I cannot even begin to tell you how bad an idea that is. Iran has been reportedly heavily investing in defenses for the island, moving artillery, anti-aircraft, etc. to the island. Like, it's striking distance from the mainland very easily from like 1 billion different points. And to what? Mill around? Well, yeah, essentially. Like, that's like, once they're there, what are they supposed to do exactly? Well, I think that this story published in Task and Purpose a few days ago might have an answer here. Pentagon looks for vendors to supply pre-made bunkers within 30 days. The request was issued Monday for companies to submit possible delivery timelines for 3 days, 15 days, and 30 days, and include information about the highest threat level that the bunkers could withstand. So, let's summarize here. We have thousands of Marines and, paratroopers ready to go. And the military is last second trying to buy a bunch of prefabricated bunkers that they can, like, I assume either drop from the sky or bring by boats. It's like, how the hell do you get them out? I guess the plan is you don't get them out, but because there's not like, American ships, as far as I can tell, aren't going through the Strait of Hormuz. The only way to get ships there. So I guess the entire plan is predicated on air resupplies and until America wins the glorious war. There's no plan to get them out. The only plan is how to seize the oil. That's it. That is it. Aren't bunkers just in the ground? Can't transport them? Well, yes. But also, they want pre-made ones that they can transport. I mean, this is... I mean, it's... Frankly, I don't see a scenario playing out here where anyone dropped on that island or landing on the beaches of that island is able to successfully survive in these bunkers. Right? Like, I don't know exactly how this works in any kind of sustainable way. I mean, Sylvie DB, dig hole for bunker, drop bunker in hole, seems to be genuinely their plan. And I don't see any way where if these defense contractors provide bunkers, that those bunkers are at all able to sustain the kind of, like, artillery and rocket barrage that would certainly be coming. You know, like, offensive bunkers is definitely a new strategy. The only time I've ever seen it used is in StarCraft, if I'm being completely honest. And given the nature of this administration, it would not surprise me if they just put StarCraft players in charge of their military strategy. Like, just this quote here. It does seem like they're interested in the rapid deployment of these
Trump
shelters.
is attempting the Brannigan maneuver.
Yeah. Does not bind the government to procure any of the solutions submitted, but it does give them a sense of what the capacity in industry is to respond to and produce those types of supplies rapidly. Yeah, the search for new shelters comes 1 month after the start of Operation Epic Fury on February 28th. At least 1,000 82nd Airborne Division soldiers sent to the Middle East. So, yeah. There's no way this ends well for anybody. You know? And also worth noting is our goal even to occupy Karg Island. Is that what the United States wants to do? Because it seems we're also just using experimental weapons now. Like, we're just experimenting on Iran as we attack. This story was broken by the New Republic here. Trump used untested weapon to bomb another school in Iran. The Trump administration used untested weapons in a strike in Iran that hit a school and sports hall on February 28th. The newly designed ballistic missile at a school. Times analysts concluded the strike involved a precision strike missile, or PRSM, a short-range ballistic missile that detonates just above its target and blasts tungsten pellets outward. Like,
StarCraft players would care more
guys,
about logistics, because you can't queue up a new army if you don't have minerals and gas. Iran cut off the gas.
Like, it's like firing a shotgun in 360-degree motion with a kind of buckshot that just goes through anything like butter. Like, Depraved Ambiance, when I first read this, my first reaction was, that seems like something that's an instant war crime. This is just an instant war crime that you did. And according to video of the attack, the explosion took place exactly above the structure, and photos from both sites show all kinds of tiny holes ripping through them. Like, it's awful. A witness apparently described the use of the weapon as they saw it. All they could remember was the continuous screaming after the explosion. Tungsten pellets, those are the replacements for depleted uranium armor-piercing munitions? Yes. It's... I have no words. Like, so those kids die immediately. I do not know what the death toll from that particular strike was. According to Iranian media, 21 people were killed.
Here, have some money for educating us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. 59 Carla. So, yeah, 21 people killed. And again, this is a strike on a school.
At this point, America would be better off with the Decepticons than the Republicans.
I mean, at least we'd get Starscream, right? At least we'd get cool robot fights. Like, also worth noting, this was another school that got hit. The school and the sports hall were attached. Like, every public-facing piece of information that we have about the use of this particular munition indicates that it was deliberately hitting a school. It's genuinely just awful. Also, worth noting today that a journalist named Caitlin Dornbos wrote this earlier today. President Trump confirmed to me today that the U.S. is negotiating with Iranian parliamentary speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, saying we'll find out in about a week whether he is someone America can truly work with. Now, this is stupid for a whole host of reasons. Number one, if it was true that the United States is actually negotiating with this guy, this would immediately put his life in mortal danger and destroy any ability he has to negotiate. So, if that was true, Donald Trump is undermining his own attempt to negotiate. If it's not true, and it is worth noting that Speaker Ghalibaf says it is not true pretty vociferously. Like, if it's not true, why lie? I guess. There's just not any reason to it, I guess. And of course, then we have the return to, well, the real reason we're there isn't for the oil, and it's not anything else. It's actually because we want to destroy their uranium program. And you might think, oh, okay, how are you going to do that? Destroy their refining facilities, destroy their like ability to procure uranium. How are you going to do that? What is the process there? And the Wall Street Journal today reporting that apparently Donald Trump is weighing whether or not to send military men into Iran in order to extract the uranium. Now, this is so stupid on its face that I just can't really wrap my head around it. Like, there's 1,000 pounds of uranium that we know of in Iran. The idea that you can just go in and yoink 1,000 pounds of uranium, when we're talking about, like, this would be possibly not all in one place, possibly spread out. And even if it was all in one place, you need specialized equipment to, like, seal it up and transport it. You need the ability to defend said operation, which I want to point out the IRGC may have degraded, like, anti-air capabilities by now, but they have a standing army of over 1 million people. Like, the idea here that you would be able to field a large enough army to stop them from stopping you is, you could just put it in your inventory. Like, there's just no way this would work. Now, of course, Donald Trump isn't saying that they would do this, but he is saying he's considering it, and even the fact that it's on the table is stupid as hell, right? Iran actually has several natural deposits of uranium. Yeah, like, I don't exactly know how they intend to, like, stop. Maybe you just bomb. Like, even if you bomb it, like, they're just gonna get mining stuff up and running again at some point. Like, this is... This is not a viable option. But the fact that he is considering sending thousands of people to die in the middle of Iran for no reason, for, like, genuinely an impossible task, it baffles me. Like, if those people, if those soldiers aren't immediately cut down by IRGC fire, like, they're gonna get irradiated to death. Like, this isn't the winning scenario for them. Are we going to have Navy SEALs and Delta Force flying and speed mine the uranium? I mean, this kind of gives credence to my StarCraft 2 idea that they just got StarCraft 2 players to plan this war. Because this does sound like some kind of obscure Terran strat to send... to send your guys over to mine those crystals. You fly your base over, you set it down, let out all your guys, they start mining. You just gotta strip mine fast enough before the enemy realizes you're over there. And then you skedaddle. It's so stupid. And not only that, guys, Donald Trump, the Washington Post out there is being like, well, the new war goal is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. They ran that story like yesterday. Today, Donald Trump is putting out this signal. White House signals willingness to end Iran war without reopening Strait of Hormuz, which is essentially, to reiterate here, one of Iran's demands is for them to formalize their control over the Strait of Hormuz and effectively run it like, the Suez Canal or the Panama Canal, charging tolls, etc., for ships that go through, which would, again, be a huge win for their country. And Donald Trump is now putting out feelers to say, well, it's not one of the core objectives of ours to, like, prevent them from doing that. And, like, I want to really reiterate here, they're only doing this because the United States attacked them in an act of aggression. Like, genuinely, what are we doing here? You would think like someone in the administration would have been able to like distill down a few talking points that are like, you know, what they're going to run with. But Donald Trump has put out like 5 different and sometimes contradictory statements about why we're doing what we're doing, and he does this like every hour and flits through different reasons on a dime. It's crazy to me. The fact that like Republicans aren't looking at this and being like, this guy's a stark raving lunatic and he's sending thousands of US troops to die for no reason. Genuinely, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get how you can watch, you know, people being sent to their deaths, how you can watch schools getting blown up by the, you know, experimental weaponry and, you know, 160 some girls getting just annihilated in an explosion while trying to shield themselves from bombs. Like, I don't get it. How you can watch what is happening and not see that, like, Donald Trump has no idea what the fuck he's doing. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And again, this reporting is reinforced by Al Jazeera here. The Wall Street Journal reported that Trump and his aides have assessed in recent days that a mission to pry open the choke point would push the conflict beyond the president's timeline of 4 to 6 weeks. And like, we're already over 4 weeks for this conflict. The idea that he thinks that this is going to be wrapped up in 2 weeks? Like, how? There's no exit from this. Like, short of the United States paying reparations, there is no exit from this. It's like, I don't know, like, Iran is only going to harden their position. This is a video of an attack that took place like about 8 hours ago on the city of Isfahan. Like, just the amount of bombs raining on this city is insane. Like, this conflict is escalating, and I do want to point out, and I've talked about how this conflict is escalating. It's not just escalating in Iran. What city is that? Isfahan. It's a big city in Iran. The United States has been targeting Isfahan with a lot of like bunker buster bombs. I believe they think there's some kind of military complex underneath the city or near the city. And I believe it is where one of their old uranium refining facilities was. So I think that might be part of what's happening there and why they're trying to target Isfahan in particular. But on top of all of this, like, despite the fact that many of the countries in the Gulf are trying to get this thing to end as quickly as possible, like, Iran has no incentive to end this quickly. Because the entire reason Iran is going to continue to throttle and threaten traffic through the Strait of Hormuz is because they need assurances that this is not going to happen again. they need to establish deterrence. That's why they're doing what they're doing. And that's why they can't just be like, oh, yep, nope, we're all cool. Like, they have to inflict economic pain. That is what their entire strategy relies on. And they don't have like a nuclear weapon to act as a deterrent, so they're using this instead. And like, so many people are dying for no reason in Iran, and pretty soon, U.S. troops as well. I mean, several U.S. troops have already died, but like, we're going to see bigger numbers in the near future if there is a ground deployment, which it increasingly looks like it is going to, like sometime within the next several days. And it's not great. But the conflict is spreading because we have now the United States is bombing Iran, and the United States is bombing Iraq. In case you guys forgot about that, conflict and tension has been escalating between Iraqi paramilitary groups and the Iraqi government, and the Iraqi paramilitary groups actually have a lot of political power and are demanding that the Iraqi government essentially stand in solidarity with them, and the Iraqi government might just do that. And worth pointing out here, here's a post from one of the people in Iraq, a local observer in Iraq. Your Iraq update for today is that America is striking Iraqi Hashed posts across Iraq, and Iraqi Shia militias are targeting U.S. interests in Baghdad and Iraqi Kurdistan. This has been happening every single day. You will read this and move on, but this has been our life since the war started. Essentially, the war is spreading across Iraq as well, and there's been precious little coverage of that in American media, largely, I think, because mainstream news doesn't want to alarm and spook the general public who still have so vividly a memory of the Iraq War. And as that happens, the Houthis have now been launching missiles as well, getting more involved into the conflict. They've been launching missiles at Israel. And all of this has been going on while Israel is doing a full-on ground invasion of Lebanon and expanding their theater of operations in southern Lebanon. And Hezbollah has been attacking Israeli forces, as well as launching rockets and missiles into Israel that are, a lot of people have been talking about the lack of interceptors in the region, and we're starting to see that play out. The amount of damage that has been done by Iran and Hezbollah missiles has increased rapidly, right? So what we have seen from Iranian missile attacks, Iranian rockets, etc., drone attacks, is that they have been so successful that many of the military bases that the United States has in the region have been rendered unlivable and have forced the people who work on those bases to relocate to hotels, civilian hotels, where, civilians still are. And also, like, Hezbollah has been hitting successfully different targets within Israel. And they're finding a degree of success that I think anyone who is interested in like stability returning to this region anytime soon should be worried about. Fire contained after missile attack on oil refinery in Israel's Haifa. So this oil refinery in particular is the largest one in Israel. It is the second attack that has managed to damage this area And again, like the oil fields are going to start burning soon on a huge scale if this continues to escalate. And I don't know how this de-escalates. I don't know what the off-ramp is from this. It's a really scary situation. And not only that, we talked last week about a story about Israel calling up additional reservists. Instead of going for 230,000, they were upping it to like 480,000 or something like that. And like what that is speaking to is that they are doing mass mobilization within Israel in order to pursue, their war in Gaza, their war in the West Bank, their war in Lebanon, their war in Iran. Like, there is a massive escalation here as the imperial, system attempts to assert itself and seize more control and more territory. And it's really, really scary. In part because it kind of seems like Israel's just kind of going for it. That they're going for like the reestablishment of some of the greater Israel borders. And if they are in fact running out of interceptors, they're trying to make up for it with increased aggression towards their neighbors. And yeah, this honestly feels like the setting of the stage for a forever war. I mean, it does. And I just can't get over the fact that it was started for literally no reason. No reason has been given to the American public. No reason is being even theoretically put forward. Like, we're in a bad situation here, guys. Iran has been shooting down American Reaper drones. I really wish I knew how, I wish I could tell you how this is going to turn out okay. But it's really not. Like, everything that we've been seeing indicates that what is going to happen here is continuing escalation. And I say that in part because even the news coming out of like Israel, for example, it's bad. Like, a news story dropped in Haaretz that I saw earlier today that the Israeli government passed a law to mandate the hanging of Palestinians who are convicted of terrorist crimes. And I want to reiterate, it is specific to Palestinians. It's not just anyone who is convicted of doing terrorism in Israel. It's specifically Palestinians. When we talk about Israel being an apartheid state, where two different groups of people are treated very differently, like, it's not just, oh, well, the people in the West Bank are under military law and the people in Israel are under another law. That is part of the apartheid system. But even in Israel proper, there is a different set of legal codes that apply to only Palestinians, right? And I want to play with you. I want to play for you guys a clip. This is a member of the Israeli cabinet, Itamar Ben-Gvir, after they passed this law mandating the hanging of anyone convicted, any Palestinian convicted of terrorism. Here is his reaction.
השר, על מה כל החגיגה?
מוות למחבלים עבר היום, חוק מוות למחבלים, היסטוריה, היסטוריה. בעזרת השם בקרוב, אחד להוציא להורג, כל אלה שטבחו ורצחו ושרפו, לחיים, לחיי עם ישראל. לזמן הזה.
Can you read it, please? There's no text. It is worth noting that Itamar Ben-Gvir is a convicted terrorist. This man is celebrating a law that would see someone convicted for the same crime that he did, would see them hung if they're Palestinian. And he celebrates. So far, they seem to view every Palestinian as a terrorist. I mean, yes, that is, in fact, how the apartheid state works. Itamar Ben-Gvir, by the way, just the other day, was defending the IDF pulling over a CNN crew and detaining them and beating them, torturing them. In fact, it's so brazen, it's actually kind of shocking. And in response to this, it was actually so bad that Israel suspended the entire battalion. Worth noting, though, only suspended the battalion. Like, yeah. Also, oddly, I did not know this, but the IDF has specific, like, orthodox or ultra-orthodox regiments. I didn't know this. Like, you actually group your different military units by, like, their religious affiliation. That seems bizarre to me. It seems absolutely bizarre to me. But yeah. Jerry Diamond, CNN's Jerusalem correspondent, and his team were in Taysir on Thursday, reporting on attacks by Israeli settlers on Palestinians when soldiers from the IDF, Netza Yehuda unit, intervened. One of the soldiers placed Cyril Theophilos, a CNN photojournalist, in a chokehold, brought him to the ground, and damaged his camera, the network reported. The crew members were detained for about 2 hours. In an article published Saturday on CNN's website, Diamond wrote that the incident laid bare the settler ideology motivating many of the soldiers who operate in the occupied West Bank, and the ways in which soldiers frequently act in service of the settler movement. Which, I do want to say, this article in particular, I'm going to link it in chat for you guys because all of you should read it. Thank you for the raid, Tobin Frost. Sorry that your keyboard is running into issues, but thank you for rating it. But I want you all to read this, right? Because, I mean, effectively, it's bizarre, you know? I believe they have the footage here. No? Yes?
75-year-old Abdallah Darahme moans in pain. His breathing is labored. His face bloodied, bruised, and swollen. Bones broken. His family and multiple eyewitnesses say Israeli settlers stormed into his home in the middle of the night and beat him to a pulp. In his West Bank village of Taysir, those same settlers have now...
Which is now... This is the apartheid system at work. Israeli settlers can, with impunity, charge into other people's homes, beat them bloody, and even kill them. And take their stuff, force them off their land, claim it as their own, right? And they do acts of terror on the regular towards Palestinians who have lived here their entire lives, lived here for generations, and it is all backed by the Israeli military, because the law that presides over this region is Israeli military law. So the members of the IDF that operate in the West Bank, they are effectively judge, jury, and executioner. In some cases, literally all three. And so what winds up happening is these settlers commit blatant offenses against Palestinians. And if any Palestinian ever dares raise their voice, raise their fist to one of these Israeli settlers, either those settlers kill them or the IDF comes in and kills them, right? It is a horrific system. And anyone who tells you Israel is not an apartheid state, you need to tell them about what happens in the occupied territories. This settler colonial mentality is disgusting. It is disgusting, and it is unacceptable anywhere and everywhere. And it is, I also want to argue, a part of the Iran conflict that the United States is supporting Israel in.
Established an outpost, considered illegal even under Israeli law. Soldiers standing idly by until something else draws their attention. Producer Abir Salman identifies us as journalists before translating the soldiers' commands.
Sit down, sit down, sit down.
So the soldiers just immediately came up and started pointing their weapons directly at us, telling everyone to sit down immediately. Obviously, we're not posing any threat here.
The commander comes straight for our camera, and within seconds, a soldier has just put photojournalist Cyril Theophilus in a chokehold, forcing him to the ground.
Don't touch him like that. Don't touch him like that. Give me my phone.
The soldier who assaulted Theophilus continues to demand he turn off his camera before another smacks my phone.
So as you can see, what we have seen happen in the last 24 hours is that settlers came to this area. They settled that hilltop, and now you have a lot of soldiers coming to this area with the Palestinians in this area. They're on top of the home of Imad, the man that we were just speaking to. And we're seeing the soldiers treat the Palestinians in the area as the threat, when really what started this problem was obviously the settlers who came in the middle of the night and took over land that's not theirs.
The Palestinians here are detained and questioned. Soldiers detain us too and walk us back to our vehicle. They say they're trying to establish order between settlers and Palestinians. But as the cameras keep rolling, it becomes clear these soldiers are here in service of the settler movement.
I also just want to say the fact that they are openly do you have any idea what it takes for CNN, for a mainstream journalistic outfit, to actually full-throatedly just say what the actual dynamic happening here is? Like, do you have any idea? Like, if this hadn't happened to a CNN film crew, CNN might not ever have allowed that kind of a statement to directly be said. You know? This is, it is an anomaly. It is an anomaly for mainstream US reporting to go and actually report on the reality of what the Israeli system is here.
השטח הזה, כל יהודה ושומרון זה שלנו, בוודאי, לא רק של חיילים, של היהודים.
They also...
Yeah, I mean, like, this is why the conflation is so dangerous, right? Here. We are here because this is our place. Is this your village? The land is ours. So all the West Bank is yours? Of course. And not just for the soldiers, for the Jews.
They also say it's personal. These soldiers tell me they were friends with the 18-year-old settler who authorities say was killed last week by a Palestinian driver. Palestinians dispute that account.
If you had a brother and they kill him, what would you have done? So that's revenge? Revenge. You're talking about revenge? But you're a soldier. Is it normal to carry out revenge as a soldier? Listen, at the end of the day, if the state doesn't address what they did, those who murdered the youth, the settler last week, remember? What do you expect us to do?
We're currently detained by the Israeli military. They've told us to sit in our cars and wait. As you can see, one of them is right here. And, you know, what's really quite striking is the fact that so many of these soldiers are clearly manifesting the same kind of settler ideology.
This soldier, Meir, makes that crystal clear.
You don't have permission to do this even under Israeli law. Even under Israeli law, this isn't a settlement. This isn't a legal settlement. That's right, but it will be a legal settlement. It will be.
Okay.
How do you know this? Slowly. Thanks to your help, right? Of course.
Meir is describing the settler playbook and the role Israeli soldiers often play in propping it up. The Israeli military did not respond to CNN's questions about soldiers' conduct in the West Bank, including our detention. Amid the war with Iran, those efforts are intensifying, with at least 4 outposts established this week alone. Land often taken with the blood of Palestinians. I didn't expect this, Abdullah's son says. This is not normal.
So just as we're visiting one patient in the hospital from a settler attack, we've just learned that there have been multiple other settler attacks in the area, and one of the patients is at this same hospital.
29-year-old Sakar Salman says a scuffle broke out after settlers came onto his land and one of them clubbed him in the back of the head. When soldiers arrived, he says they arrested him and beat him with the butt of their guns. The soldiers are a protection for the settlers. I would tell the soldiers that they stole my sheep and they would say that I'm lying and that I'm the one who attacked them. And every time I tried to say something, the soldiers would beat me. The settlers, he says, always go free.
Like, what becomes clear to me from taking in all of this information is that what is happening here seems to be that the United States has no clear goal. Donald Trump is a mad king, right? Who is sending our troops to die for whatever reason he thinks is appropriate at any given moment. It changes by the minute. But what is very obvious to me is that Israel is using this as an opportunity to do a massive land grab in Lebanon and to accelerate their attempts to grab land in Gaza and in the West Bank and in East Jerusalem. Like, this type of acceleration isn't just happening in the West Bank in this one area. It's happening all over the place. Everywhere around Israel where they can leverage military power. And it is also what is leading to a widening of the conflict and a destabilization of the region. It is also one of the reasons why I'm deeply worried about how this is all going to resolve. Can it resolve? And one thing I would also put out there here, which is that there was a news story yesterday of Pakistan saying, hey, we will host peace talks, right? We'll host peace talks between the United States and Iran. And the issue here is, I don't know how many people understand this, but well, let's take a quick gander here. World Liberty Financial. Just take a quick look here. Yeah, here we go. Anyone remember Donald Trump's World Liberty Financial? Here is a press release from the Pakistani government from April of last year. I accidentally zoomed in. That's on me. That's on me. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, the World Liberty Financial, the decentralized finance platform backed by U.S. President Donald Trump, has signed a landmark letter of intent with the Pakistan Crypto Council to accelerate blockchain innovation, stablecoin adoption, and decentralized finance integration across Pakistan. The WLF delegation, including Zachary Folkman, Zachary Witkoff, son of Steve Witkoff, the negotiator to Iran that the United States is throwing out there. Incidentally, Iran has now refused to negotiate with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. And Chase Harrow met with Pakistan's leadership, including the Prime Minister, Chief of Army Staff, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Information, and Minister of Defense to formalize cooperation, marking a major step towards positioning Pakistan as a global leader in the digital finance revolution. World Liberty Financial is backed by the Trump family, including President Trump and his sons, Eric Trump, Donald Trump Jr., and Barron Trump. President Trump has personally endorsed WLF through his statements on social media. World Liberty Financial aims to revolutionize global blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So, in other words here, folks, this is the connection. A lot of people were like, well, what is the connection here between the United States, Pakistan, and Iran? And the answer is Donald Trump's money. It's more corruption, exactly. It is all it has all become one gigantic crypto scam to benefit Donald Trump. And I just it is unspeakably evil to me that any of this is happening, especially because Iran knows this is all a farce. We didn't send en masse tens of thousands of troops near and ready to deploy to Iran for peace talks to get in the way. Like, it's all a sham, and they know it's a sham, and like we know it's a sham. And the only person who thinks that it's slick anymore is Donald Trump, who again has the sensibilities of like a 2-year-old, who lacks object permanence. It's like fucking peekaboo. God, it's so frustrating. Euroclusis, I appreciate you being here. So, anyway, folks, that's kind of where everything's sitting right now vis-a-vis Iran, Israel, the United States, the war that is ongoing. The boondoggle continues. The mire continues to grow. And hopefully we can leave this swamp behind us before it's too late. It's, I wish I could end on a happier note here, but really the only way out of this for us and for the world is for the people of the United States, us, the people here, to organize. We have to organize so that we can kick these charlatans out of office, end their abuses of power, and make sure nothing like this can ever happen again. Make sure billionaires can't just buy corporate influence over any administration, whether Democrat or Republican. We need to organize so that people power matters more than oligarch power. We need to out-organize the money of the Epstein class. You know, we are Americans. We should be free. We should not be kowtowing to power. We should not be kowtowing to money. We should not be cowering at the idea of our state potentially visiting the imperial power to the imperial core. We should, in fact, be seeking to take control of the imperial core and setting free the people of this world. And I know that sounds like big, but it all starts small. It all starts small with organizing in your town, your city. It starts small by winning local seats. It starts small by building up a sense of community, of people who can trust one another, who can motivate one another, who can show up for one another, who can matter in the local community and actually make things better. Ultimately, what will save us is working together as working people and, unlocking one another's chains. We've nothing to lose but those chains, folks. Are you sick of being paid minimum wage? We can do something about that if we organize. Are you sick of having to deal with this orange despot? We can do something about that. We can organize. Are you sick of your state being controlled by Republicans or corporate feckless Democrats? We can do something about it. We are not powerless. They pay billions of dollars every year to make us think we are powerless. But they would not pay that money if we were actually powerless. They would not bother trying to suppress us if we had no power. We have power. We just need to use it. And the best way to use it is by showing the fuck up. And one of the ways that I advocate people do that, because I know every single one of you in America, you have access to a local Democratic organization and you have access to a local DSA. Okay? So I'm encouraging you guys to get involved with one or both of those so that we can organize in the Democratic Party to kick out corporate power, to kick out the folks who are bought and paid for by lobbyists who have sold us all out, and to get people into power who are actually going to improve the lives of working class people. Because that's where our focus should be. Our focus should be on making sure everyone's rights are protected, no one gets thrown under the bus, and all working class people get to live better and safer lives as a result. And so when we're doing that, the first step is just showing up. The first step is showing up and getting to know people. That's how you organize. And then you keep showing up. And we can make our DSA as effective as the New York City DSA. We just need people to show up, and we need people to get more interested in doing things that benefit the community than sitting around and circle jerking about it. Okay? Or sitting around and debating who's more holy than thou. We need people to show up who actually care about organizing power, who care about using said power to benefit working class people, and who care about getting tangible material results for people, not just putting out the most virtuous signal possible. Okay? So if you are interested in doing that, you can join our Discord. You can reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems, or Gamergy for help joining your local DSA. And if you don't want to join Discord for whatever reason, you can come over to riverboat.gg, where often they are both hanging out, and you can ask them for questions, organize with them. We can also get you involved in some of our organizing chats if you're so inclined. But basically, my big wish here and my big hope is not in any, one person to come and save us. My big hope is in all of us working together to get out of the hole that we found ourselves in. Because I think we can do it. But it requires all of us to get together and actually give a shit enough about it to do something. So I hope you'll organize with me. All that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button.
MAGA
Subscribe.
slogan, we have nothing to lose but our brains.
Hey, one-eyed atheist, I like how you think. Thank you for the $5 super chat. If you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment longer than 8 words. Apparently it does better in the algorithm for whatever reason. And also, folks, last but not least, please check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is elegant, comfortable, and sexy lingerie designed to fit a wider array of bodies, and it's non-tucking. So check it out. Link down in the description. ImogeneOlivia.com. Let's keep on going. Oof. And for those of you who are watching live, there's currently a sale going on for Trans Day of Visibility. It'll be going on all today and I believe also through tomorrow. So do check out ImogeneOlivia.com to take advantage of that sale, folks. You look good. God. Yeah, only us save us. Exactly. I think the best way to view politicians are as tools. They are tools to make our lives better. And if they do not make our lives better, they are not useful tools and we should discard them. Oh, can you explain what tucking and non-tucking means? I would be happy to, Legion. So for trans girls, what in order for us to wear underwear that fits, we have to do a thing called tucking. And tucking involves, if you know, this is if you haven't had bottom surgery, of course, but it involves essentially pushing the testes back up into the body and then folding, you know, the penis underneath the body between the legs. And then you typically will wear something called a gaff that then tightly holds all of that into place so that you can have kind of that smooth contour, you know? Otherwise, obviously, you may have heard of bulge. What's this? Oh, whoa, as a meme. If you aren't tucking, then the bulge is very, very obvious. And now, and sometimes will not fit into panties made for cis ladies. And it can be very, very uncomfortable and can hurt you if done wrong. And so my partner went to one of the best lingerie design schools in the world and has this skill set and saw me putting on lingerie one time and how unhappy I was with the fit. And so she started Imogene Olivia to make lingerie for trans femmes that would actually fit and be comfortable and wouldn't require people to tuck. And so instead of not tucking, you can just let your bits be free. And Imogene Olivia has 2 different panties. One that kind of like has light compression to just kind of smooth your you know, your profile, and the other is just kind of a comfort fit that will let you be able to not tuck and it will still function as a panty and still work as part of a lingerie set and has an expanded
This gives
gusset.
Tucker Carlson a whole new meaning.
Honestly, there should be a drag queen called Tucker Carlson. If Tucker Carlson as a drag queen would be incredible. Can you imagine that show? Oh my God. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Oof. Hello, Mossip. Yeah, time is passing very weird this year. I think it's because just so much is happening. Everyone is overwhelmed, you know? Oh, God. Thanks for explaining. That would be up there with Erica Quirk. Yes. Yes. Let me just see here. I'm refreshing a bunch of tabs that all have just hideous guitar music over them, so I'm sparing you all right now. There we go. Fixed it. Have you ever been up this late? Yes. Just not usually. Hello, fancy ass. Whew. Also, folks, we've been going for over 3 hours. We're almost at 4 hours. Do remember to hit the follow button, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and please consider financially supporting the stream because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you. And yeah, appreciate all of you who make this show possible. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Oof. Nocturnal! Thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you. Also, look at that. We're almost at our goal. I think we're almost getting into Autism Awareness Month. I think it should Autism History Celebration Pride Month instead. Boo Autism Speaks. Too true. Oof. You know, it is crazy that over the past year, we've grown to such an extent that it can be 6 o'clock in the morning after like a several hour long stream, and we still have like over 300 people watching. That's wild to me. It's pretty fucking cool, not gonna lie. Okay. I think... God, I want to do one of these so bad. But I think we have to do one that's relatively hinged. I think we have to do this one. This is the only one that really makes sense to do out of a larger show. Let's do it. Have you ever fallen asleep while on stream? No. Greetings, Yannick de Newburg. Chatter's piling up like, yeah. Y'all are adorable little critters. Appreciate y'all. Okay. Are you guys ready to jump into the next segment? Yeah? Okay. Skitters across the floor. Like the head from I almost said like the head from Alien. Like the head from The Thing. All right. Jumping ready? Cool. So, folks, as many of you know, CPAC has come and gone. Another year of conservative thought springing into being. It's a beautiful time of the year when anything's possible. Now, let's throw it on over to one of the speakers that they managed to bring to CPAC this year, which of course I'm referring to the reanimated corpse of Steve Bannon. You might be thinking, wait, Steve Bannon? He died? And yeah, have you ever seen Steve Bannon? He's constantly in a state of decay. And many of you remember Steve Bannon was Trump's lead campaign strategist for 2016 to get him elected the first time. And ever since then, he's kind of retreated back into the shadows to kind of advise Donald Trump and, attempt to avoid any kind of incarceration he might encounter. And well, let's take a look at how this is going for him over at CPAC.
Look, there was a lot of wisdom in what Brandon had to say, right, about all these fights, etc. And that's going to be worked out.
God, he genuine. I know I was making a joke earlier, but like, damn, you did not have to prove me right this hard, man.
Most important people here are you. You have to be convinced. We're in the middle of a war right now, or let me say probably the start of a war. The decision in going forward is obviously the commander-in-chief's, but people have to have his back, and you're only going to do that with full information. You have to be convinced that this is the right thing to do, particularly now that we're on the eve of potentially the insertion of American combat troops. Your sons, daughters, granddaughters, grandsons could be on Karg Island or be holding a beachhead down by the Strait of Hormuz, a place I had the pleasure of transiting on a Navy destroyer back in 1980. And let me tell you, it looks like the surface of the moon. It couldn't be more foreign to folks in the United States. But
yeah, people in the United States wouldn't understand rocky terrain. That's hot, rocky terrain. There's nowhere in the United States that looks hot and rocky. Don't look at the entirety of the Southwest. Don't look at the Badlands. Don't look at any of that, okay? No, it's the only place that looks alien like the moon is the Middle East. Because they're foreign, and that means scary.
As all this debate goes on and, who's right, who's wrong, what's going to happen, it's a debate that has to happen. We have work to do, and we have work to do today. In a room next door, there are 150 grassroots leaders in the state of Texas that have brought about one of the biggest changes in this country.
Can I just say I admire Steve Bannon's ability to just like start up and say, now guys, the only way we can really decide if we should be going to war is if we have full information. Something that is absolutely not going to happen.
I'm Steve Bannon, and I approve this massage, which might be in well-known files.
Oh god, I'm not gonna lie. I've been so wrapped up in like Iran war stuff that I forgot Steve Bannon was in the files. I genuinely forgot. I didn't forget, you know, Donald Trump's in the files, but I did forget this guy was in the files. He hung out a freakish amount with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, the photographs they're in together really implicate him. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. He's all over those things with lots of pictures. He's in a lot of pictures that have very disturbing pictures in them. Like he's in the photograph, but then like in the photograph you can see other pictures like on Jeffrey Epstein's desk or wall or something that look like very young girls. And it's really disturbing. Motoko of Dreams, ever seen Crime Pays, Botany Doesn't? I have, and I like it.
Passed a Proposition 10 to ban Sharia.
Sorry, I got distracted by that, but I admire Steve Bannon's ability to basically just say, this thing that will never happen is what's required for us to know how to proceed. But just keep in mind, you know, it's really alien and scary out there, and your kid might be set to go die on a beach, which is basically as close as he can get to this is a bad idea and we shouldn't do it. But like he did it in such a non-confrontational way that I doubt most people listening understood what he was saying or why he was saying it, you know?
Law in the state of Texas.
Also, I'm sorry. I know I'm being real pause champ right now, but like
passed a Proposition 10 to ban Sharia law in the state of Texas.
Conservatives. You need in Texas, you felt the need to pass a law to ban Sharia law. How do you think that Sharia law was going to be implemented in Texas? What's the like via what mechanism exactly? Like, is there a sizable Muslim population in Texas that I'm unaware of and was seeking to institute theocratic reforms? Because, like, I know that there is a sizable group of people in Texas seeking to get theocratic reforms passed. They're just not Muslim. And most of them are very conservative.
Starting with no resources and no support. They got almost 2 million votes. That's the work we need today. Because I'll tell you what, a bigger threat to this country right now.
I thought conservatives were all about freedom of religion. They are, until it's you want to be free of their religion, and then they get really upset about it.
Is in City Hall in New York City, in these mosques in North Texas.
I know I'm pausing after every half sentence that is out of his mouth, but like, you got a room full of people who ostensibly stand for the Constitution so hard that some of them have it literally tattooed on their bodies. And yet, you have these people hooting and hollering about essentially banning churches in Texas. Like, that's crazy. Like, if you just tweak it, you're like, you want to ban churches? Like, these people would have a heart attack. They would have a heart attack at the idea of the government banning a church. But the second it's a mosque, something scary and foreign, then suddenly they're all aboard. The double standard and hypocrisy are genuinely disgusting to me.
The Dallas Morning News, normally I'll bring up as a heuristic device the Financial Times or the Wall Street Journal, but here it's the...
You don't get it the moment they built the mosque, they took control of the tile? Oh no.
This is the Dallas Morning News. Paxton Cornyn divided on CPAC, right? Cornyn's not coming. You know why? He didn't think you were important enough to talk to. Politico.
Look. Okay, so Steve Bannon is here to play favorites and to stump for Ken Paxton. And that's interesting. The last we heard, Donald Trump hadn't picked a candidate, and it seems like perhaps through Steve Bannon, Trump is trying to feel out which candidate to endorse.
Reports this morning in an article called Texas Hold'em that President Trump, in all likelihood, is not going to endorse in this race.
Oh, of course this isn't new, canned acid. Like, of course this isn't new. This is a very old xenophobia, Like, this goes back thousands of years. But, like, the scale to which this xenophobia can spread as a result of technology is quite a bit bigger.
Why is that? Because the hard work of the grassroots community got in back of Ken Paxton. They dropped almost $100 million of negative ads on Ken Paxton. And right now in the latest poll, Ken Paxton is up by 8 points. That's a victory for you. Ken Paxton's emblematic of the grassroots and the MAGA movement throughout the nation. It's more than just an attorney general, more than just an individual. It was about the establishment causing a mess in the state of Texas, refusing to deal with it. And when Paxton came out and ran for the Senate, he didn't have to be defeated. He had to be destroyed. Just like they tried to destroy Donald Trump. And you had his back. And that's why Paxton is grinding.
Paxton is Donald Trump. He's the vessel that will hold Donald Trump's will.
This out to victory. I also believe there needs to be a major investigation of the Cornyn political
Can I just... Part of the reason he has to draw the parallel between Ken Paxton and Donald Trump is because Ken Paxton is, like, hopelessly corrupt. Like, Texas's conservative GOP legislature attempted to impeach him for many, many, many different many different scandals. The House actually successfully impeached him. And the Senate only barely acquitted him. But I want y'all to understand, like, Ken Paxton is like a flim-flam man. He's a con artist. He's been, like, doing all kinds of illegal shit for decades. It's crazy.
It's wild how even though Bannon's not high energy by any means, he's lapping Nick Shirley's presentation by leagues.
God, I can't wait to see Nick Shirley try and dribble words out of his mouth like a slobbering toddler. I'm looking forward to that. We're gonna take a look at that, I believe, later today when we do our show at a normal time. But Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Yeah, like, I don't know. Bannon has like a raw charisma to him. Like, I don't think it's I don't find him fun to watch by any means, but like he's a guy who actually believes something and has bothered to like read books and figure out how to orate and have rhetorical skills in order to present those arguments. And like Nick Shirley is none of those things.
Operation, how they raised this money, who put the money in, and how the money was spent to destroy Ken Paxton. It's not acceptable. The grassroots are winning all over the place. Look in the state of Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia. They're trying to shift the House to be 10-1.
Hey, Jaeger Larson, thank you for giving Kaname Kun the Alpha a sub. Appreciate it.
The Republican establishment there absolutely epically failed, and then Youngkin walked away after a horrible, horrible putting forward a campaign this last election cycle. The grassroots under Jeff Ryer, a grassroots chairman of the GOP in Virginia and the Commonwealth, have got thousands of grassroots volunteers, people just like yourself, going door to door right now. And Spanberger's landslide on April 21st looks like she could be defeated. So her entire plan to flip the House and impeach Trump and become Newsom's vice president is being thwarted right now by grassroots people. In a courtroom in Georgia right now, they've got the toughest, most expensive lawyers from the left, Norm Eisen and Abby Lowell, in a 5-hour evidentiary hearing. What? To get the evidence back, to get the ballots back. Why? The 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump, and they know it.
Kara Calico, thank you for the 20 knock. Appreciate you. I just want to say here, like, when this is all said and done, after 2028, there is going to need to be like a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, right? There's going to need to be accountability for people who have gone into public and lied so blatantly and so brazenly, repeatedly for years. This is like an unacceptable and unsustainable rate of falsehood for us to like be able to continue on as a society. Well, he obviously knows it's bullshit. But to him, like, the thing to understand about Steve Bannon is that he is a true believer in a fascist cause. You know, he believes in an authoritarian leader. He believes in that hierarchy, right? And like, he is hoping to get someone who is easy to control into office so that he can like mold them and shape them. And that's what he had hoped Donald Trump would be. And now Donald Trump is going away, and there's going to be no one to protect him anymore. There's going to be no one to protect Steve Bannon, and he knows he's kind of fucked if that happens. Because we need to, when we organize, and I do want everyone to organize, you know, organize with your local Dems, organize with your local DSA, make your Dems more radical and progressive, make your DSA more effective. Do those things, join our Discord, etc., etc., etc. Do the thing, or come over to riverboat.gg and talk to GamerG and Dragonfly. Do those things. That's my plug. It's in the middle. Unexpected. Charming. Maybe. And remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, but that being said, did not intend to throw that in there, but I did. That being said here, like, let's just get back to this. I lost my train of thought. Dang it! The shilling lost my train.
You think they have them down there for, and just like in this room, grassroots people fought for 6 years. They
Oh yeah, okay. Found the train again. He knows he's lying, but there needs to be accountability for people who lie like this, especially for people in elected office who lie like this. And there are many who do. But like this type of brazenness is going to and is destroying the information ecosystem and leading to this polarization in America and this idea that like people are just living in fantasy now, that people aren't basing their ideas on anything. It's just vibes. It's all vibes based politics. And for someone like Steve Bannon, that's perfect because he can take advantage of just vibes, you know?
Threaten them with prison. They threaten them with bankruptcy. They threaten them to lose their jobs, lose their families, all of it. And those heroes stood in the breach. And now we have the evidence. We have the evidence that the Republican establishment did not want you to see. That the 2020...
This is what I mean. It's nuts. Also, Quasi-Spec, thank you for the 1,000 bits over on Twitch. Appreciated. But now he's alleging it's not just like the Democrats that are in on it. The Republicans don't want you to see the real evidence of election tampering in the 2020 election. Like, that's crazy. 59 Carla, thank you for gifting a sub to Iconicio. Like, he's now alleging the conspiracy's even bigger. Not to be an asshole, but when Bannon bites the big one, I won't feel bad or anything because of the shit he's done. That's fine. You owe no one your grief. You owe no one your tears.
The election was stolen from Trump.
Bunch of fucking seals.
Everywhere you look around, the Republican establishment creates a mess that you have to go in and clean up. Amen, brother. Too good for him. Victory begets victory. The victory of Paxton will drive us forward. A victory in Virginia will drive us forward. A victory in Georgia will drive us forward to ultimate victory. Don't listen. I don't want to hear talk about the midterm. I don't want to hear talk about 2028. There are decades in which nothing happens, and there are weeks in which decades happen. We're in those weeks, one after the other, after the other, after the other. You put your shoulder to the wheel, and we are going to win. We're going to hold the House and hold the...
there is something just like... there is something here to the fact that, like, the quote that he tried to make just then is widely attributed to Vladimir Lenin. And I don't know if it's actually from Lenin, but like he knows that it's an effective rhetorical tool and he'll use it anyway, right? Because that's just how Steve Bannon do.
Senate and have President Trump come back to mass deportations, right? Mass deportations. To unchain Bobby Kennedy, who you're going to hear tomorrow. We have the right policies. We just need the resolve to see it through, finish what we started. Over a year ago, when Matt and Mercy decided that D.C. wasn't the right place for CPAC, they picked Texas. How providential was that? Given what happened on Proposition 10, given this long shot bet of Ken Paxton right here, right now. And you know why? The state of Texas is the jewel in the crown of the union. Where Texas goes, so goes the nation, and where the nation goes, so goes the world. Now, there have been people here that I highly respect, guys like Josh Hammer. I have on the show a lot. love his book, a good man and a smart man, but came up yesterday and attacking MTG and Matt Gaetz and Megyn Kelly and Tucker.
What? Who could ever have anything negative to say about Matt Gaetz? A guy who was investigated and found very, very much guilty of trafficking a 19-year-old. Or, sorry, was she even younger than that? A teenager? I don't know. Well, let's just take a look. Matt Gaetz, how's he doing? Let's take a look at the legal issues and controversies. Okay. Two women, both represented by attorney Joel Leopard, testified that Gaetz paid them for sex. One of the women said that in July of 2017, she saw Gaetz having sex with her 17-year-old friend, and that once Gaetz became aware of the girl's age, he paused the relationship until she turned 18. Ew. Ew. Ew, ew. The woman, who was 17 at the time of the incident, told the House Ethics Committee that she had 2 sexual encounters with Gaetz at the same party. Cool guy to have speaking at CPAC. But you know what? It's not surprising that Steve Bannon, good personal friend of Jeffrey Epstein, wouldn't have a problem with that.
What's important is not Candace and Tucker and Megyn Kelly or Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro. What is important is you. You need to come to your own conclusion, to weigh and measure the evidence, to think about the direction of this republic, to think what America First actually stands for, to think through who are our real allies and who are out for themselves. And most importantly, you need to think about a country that puts American citizens first, that American citizens have priority over everything. People are sitting there going, oh, this person didn't come, this person didn't come. Yes, there are many great people that couldn't make it. Either they didn't want to come or they're tied up running wars and looking after the country. It doesn't matter. You came. This is the power of this movement. The only way we're going to win in November is to go back what got us through in 24, what got us through in 20, what got us through in 16. Grassroots effort, going door to door to get low propensity, lower information voters, Trump supporters to the polls. And if we do that, the Sunland Uplands is in front of us. If we don't, if we just have these quarrels and this bickering and this fighting, and lose the fact of what happened in Texas in January and February, if we lose what's happening in the Commonwealth of Virginia now, if we lose the fact of 6 years of struggle in Georgia, we now have the evidence of the 2020 stolen election. If you lose what's important, then we're going to lose the country. Fight on.
I just want to reiterate, they don't have evidence that the election was stolen. Like, all of that is just made the fuck up. Like, every single Republican watching that, like, turning to me and be like, what? You think someone would do that? Just get up on stage during CPAC and tell lies? It's like, yes, of course. Of course he's lying to you. He has everything to gain and nothing to lose by doing so. You're all simpletons that will go along with it. He just has to dangle shiny keys in front of you and you won't ask questions about it. Like, what do those keys operate? Hey, why are we being sent into this thresher? I don't know, but you know what? He tells us there's some good ice cream in there, so I believe him. Like, you guys are saps, man. It's crazy. The fact that people in 2026 are still falling for Steve Bannon's bullshit is insane to me. The guy who did a Nazi salute lies. Say it ain't so. Yeah. God, the fact that this guy has done a Nazi salute. Was it actually at CPAC? Bannon Nazi salute. It was literally at CPAC last year.
The hardest, toughest days are ahead, folks, but you know what? Riyadh, Berlin, Beijing, Moscow, the city of London, right here. This is not beatable. You can't, the only way we lose is if we quit. The only way we don't have victory if we surrender. The only way that they win is we retreat. And we're not going to retreat. We're not going to surrender. We're not going to quit. Fight, fight, fight. Amen. God bless you. You are amazing. You've honored every patriot in this country, every patriot grave. You've honored them through your agency. This is all you.
Yeah, so, you know, after that rousing, After that rousing, speech where he did a Hitler salute, last year, CPAC had him back. Because again, y'all heard the applause that were given after he did that? They were eating that shit up. Hogs to the trough. Hogs to the fascism trough. And so what we're looking at here is just, well, I think a bit heartening. Because you can see how he ended that speech, and people were just hooting, hollering, clapping for him. You know, they love that he did that little Nazi salute. You know, like, compare this to this.
The country. Fight on.
Like, mostly empty seats. Jaeger Larson, thank you for gifting a sub to Lesbian Hot Sauce. And Lesbian Hot Sauce, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, 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 folks. Happy Trans Day of Visibility to you folks as well. But like, CPAC last year, they were running off that high of just getting Donald Trump elected. And now, well, now it's all empty out here. You know, people can't be bothered to show up anymore. And, well, Steve Bannon's not getting the energy that he wanted to, like last time. And, you know, he's not riding so high and mighty anymore that he feels like he can get away with doing a Hitler salute. So he's, you know, he's hiding his Nazi cred a little bit here, in order to be more socially acceptable to the, you know, elderly people in attendance. It's, you know, it's depressing that so many people go along with this. It's, I want to demand better of my fellow citizens, you know? Y'all gotta do a little better. And yeah, why is this key labeled Orphan Crusher? I don't understand. And you want us to send all of our orphans into the machine. Well, all makes sense. You're just so goddamn charming when you talk about foreign lands. Anyway, folks, if you got anything out of this, don't go into the orphan crushing machine. And also, like, comment, and subscribe, and organize. I already told you should organize, but organize. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord. We have 2 channels for talking about organizing in those respective organizations. And otherwise, if you don't want to join Discord, you can find folks over here in riverboat.gg to help you get involved. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. It's also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie that fits. It is comfortable. It is sexy. It is elegant. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. There should be a link down in the description. Go check it out. And with that, let's keep on going. Oof. Good night, Stegocephalian. Also, folks, since today is Trans Day of Visibility, there is a sale going on over on ImogeneOlivia.com. So if the price has been an issue, go check it out. Limited time sale. It'll only be going for today and tomorrow in honor of Trans Day of Visibility. So do check it out. And also, if you are an ally, you can buy gift cards and gift them to your trans friends or family or romantic partner. And also, just throwing it out there, the reason I say also tested with cis men, cis women, and non-binary folks is because we actually have had people who are cis men and cis women and non-binary folks wear Imogene Olivia, and it turns out that they find it very comfortable and flattering as well. So if you're worried that your body might just not be right, check out the sizing. It's actually really, really comfortable. And I, for one, appreciate all of you who check it out. How we all doing, folks? Did we get to Nick Shirley? Not yet, Story of the Bard. I think we'll have to do that later today, because I've been going for 4.5 hours, and I'm sleepy. But how we all doing, folks? Doing okay? Doing all right? Also, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button if you haven't yet. And please do consider financially supporting the stream if you're able. You guys make this show possible. There's new Nick Shirley nonsense. He is so infuriating. Yeah, Zetetic. I mean, not really new. I mean, he's trying the same shit in California right now that he did in Minnesota, though I don't think he's having as much success. But he was a speaker at CPAC, and we'll cover that later today when we go live at a more reasonable hour. Jurors Tixon, hello. Get some sleep. I will do my best. Tall monster. Doing fine. Thanks for asking. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, folks, I am going to head out. I hope you all have a lovely day. And get good rest, get good food. Love your loved ones. Give someone a hug, give someone a smooch. Pet your dogs. Eat something spicy. And I will be back later today. Bye, everybody.
I'm gonna tell you, fascists, you may be surprised. The people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you, workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you
you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
People of every color marching side by side, marching across these fields where a million fascists die. Bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Oh, you fascists bound to lose. Oh, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
Good night, everybody.